Good morning, everyone. I call this regular council meeting Wednesday, April the 3rd, 2024, 10 a.m. to order and to acknowledge we are on the traditional territory of the Stahelas. I just want to just offer an apology for the cancellation of the last regular meeting of council and the regular meeting of council that was postponed from yesterday. That was at the mayor's request. And I will talk more about it later, but there was actually there was a traumatic event that actually happened at the village office that resulted in the village office going into a full lockdown with the RCMP with lights and sirens on. Our staff must come first. I will always look after the health and safety of our staff and the public. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is introduction of late items.
Do I have any late items? I actually have a number of late items that were not included on the agenda. Council are aware of all of these late items. They were all supplied this information before the cutoff time for the agenda. And I will require a resolution of council to add these to various places in this agenda. The first one is a email regarding the Fire Smart initiatives, the SenseNet sensors. And that was an email from Gary Webster. And I will request to have that attached as correspondence. The next item is the SenseNet quote. There's a quote which gives the details of what the proposals are for the same wildfire sensors. And I would ask that be put under the consent agenda correspondence. The next item, which is the March 8th closed meeting, there were two mayor recommendations that were to be released to the public by council resolution. And I would put that under new business. That would be item D. And there is a local government climate action program survey correspondence. And I would ask that be put under the reports from staff on item A. Excuse me, I'm fighting a cold and some severe allergies here, so bear with me if I disappear for a few minutes. But this is an important meeting and I'll try and work my way through it here. The next item is the evacuation route update. I would like to provide an update, and that I would put on as item under new business as item E. And the last item, again under new business, which would be the motion from the mayor regarding the traumatic event from the office dated March 4th of 24, and that would be item F. So this resolution right now is just to allow the mayor to put those on the agenda as discussed. I move that. Do I have a seconder?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion on that.
Yeah, sure.
Councillor, yes.
We have a huge agenda here. And we don't have the actual time to deal with what you're talking about at this meeting. We have to get through this agenda. And adding all of that, I'm not saying it's not important, but that should be going on a special meeting of council where we can deal with it properly. This is an ad hoc add-on, which shouldn't happen. We've got to get through this today and we can't postpone it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I may share some of Councillor Jackson's concerns, but as I look at the agenda, I know there's 165 pages of information, but there aren't actually a whole lot of items. And if we were to move through the agenda as we normally do, I would expect that there's a little more than an hour here, and we've scheduled 2 hours for this meeting. I don't know if there's any termination time for a 10 a.m. meeting. I know that our 7 o'clock meeting has to finish at 10 p.m., which gives us 3 hours. And we are running into lunchtime, but we could always take a break if we had to. So I'd rather deal with the business we need to deal with and do what we can here today rather than schedule another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Again, these are not late items. These are items that were supplied to the Chief Administrative Officer before the cutoff time to be included in the agenda. All council members received copies of all of these details. We've known about it. It is not on the agenda. These should be on the agenda. I'm ready to call
Mr.
the
Mayor,
question.
just a comment on that, if I might. I realize that you submitted items to the agenda before the Wednesday noon deadline, but I didn't receive those. The staff received those. So what you say is almost correct, but I didn't get the 6 items that you asked to be put on the agenda. That didn't come as far as me as a councillor. Thank you.
Thank you for your concern. So ready to call the question? So this is again to add the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 late items by the mayor throughout the agenda as discussed. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails with Councillor Jackson, Vidal, and Facio opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is approval of the agenda.
Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Vidal, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just a concern about the placement of one item under correspondence. It's item 8I, between K and M. And it's an email from myself to council regarding the SenseNet proposal. I think that this ought not to have been included in correspondence, because correspondence generally means correspondence coming into the village from an external source. My email and report to council is an internal document as a report to council on the SenseNet proposal. And I don't think it should be in the correspondence file. It could be in council reports or some other place, but it is not external correspondence. It's internal from one councillor to the rest of council. And I think it's in the wrong place on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there a motion to amend the agenda for that?
I'm not sure it's necessary, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make the point that a report from a councillor to council shouldn't be in external correspondence. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Any other discussion? Right, ready to call the question. So this is on approval of the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with the mayor opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is adoption of council minutes.
So the first one is that the special that the special council meeting minutes of February the 20th, 24 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Or sorry, I missed the top one. Sorry, let me backtrack here. The first one is item 4A, that the special pre-closed council meeting minutes of February the 16th, 2024 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion. Errors or omissions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Allen.
Yeah, no problem with the minutes themselves, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that the way they've been drafted here shows you as signing the minutes as mayor, when in fact I was the deputy mayor at the time and chaired the meeting. And in the practice that I have been exposed to in chairing meetings is that whoever is the chairman of the meeting should sign the minutes. Somebody who was absent probably shouldn't be signing, or maybe both can sign. But I just feel that whoever chairs the meeting must take responsibility for the minutes and should be shown as at least part of the signature block. Thank you.
Thank you. Would our corporate officer like to comment on that?
Even though the mayor was absent, he can still sign. However, so can Deputy Mayor Allen, who was presiding over that meeting. It depends on, we don't have an internal policy on who signs. But if either one of you are uncomfortable or more comfortable signing, we can definitely make that change.
Good, thank you. Any further discussion, errors and omissions on that? So again, this here now is that the special pre-closed council meeting minutes of February 16th, 2024 be adopted. It was moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Facio. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed?
Just a second, Mr. Mayor.
I called the question, Councillor.
There's an error on the top of page 2.
I've already called that. I've already called the question
Okay.
on this.
All right.
So the motion passes with nobody opposed.
I would like to point out at the top of page 2 over that signature block, the date is shown as January the 25th, when it should be February the 16th. Just a clerical error that probably should be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item, adoption of council minutes, item B, that the special council meeting minutes of February the 20th, 24 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Vidal. Councillor Allen, can I ask you to turn your mic off, please, Councillor? Councillor Allen?
No, I just wanted to make the same point about who signs, just about chairing the meeting, and I'd be happy to sign with you on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further errors or omissions? Seeing none, so that the special closed council meeting minutes of February the 20th, 2024 be adopted. It was moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Vidal. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously. The next item is item C, is that the regular council meeting minutes of February the 20th, 2024 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Vidal. Errors or omissions?
Sorry, Mayor Wood, if I could, pardon the interruption. There is one error. I'll draw your attention to page 7. It says Monday, February 20th, 24 at the very top of the page. It should be Tuesday. My apologies. So I would be asking that the minutes be adopted as amended with the correct date.
Thank you. Any other errors or omissions? Seeing none, so that's that the regular council meeting minutes of February the 20th, 2024 be adopted as amended. Moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Vidal on that amendment. Ready to call the question. All in favor? Nobody's opposed. Passes unanimously. The next item is that the regular council meeting minutes of March the 6th, 2024 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Errors or omissions? Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. On page 20. The last sentence indicates the meeting was adjourned due to loss of quorum at 7:33 PM. I think that that is inaccurate. It wasn't due to a loss of quorum. It was due to a collapse of the meeting. So I would like those minutes amended to reflect that. Thank you.
Any other errors or omissions? So I'm going to call the question there, and that is on the amendment then, as proposed by Councillor Vidal, that the last line that the meeting was adjourned due to loss of quorum at 7:33 PM. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion on that? Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think that, we're into a whole new territory when it comes to the keeping order of meetings. In my experience, if somebody in a meeting has been asked to leave the meeting or vacate their seat, from that point forward, that person is considered to be not a valid member at the meeting. And in previous organizations, that person has no right to participate and can be ignored by the chair and is effectively, even though they might be physically still present, they are effectively excluded from the meeting. And when enough members of the meeting are excluded to the point where there is no longer a quorum present, being people who are validly at the meeting and not excluded by the chair, at that point, the meeting has to collapse for lack of a quorum. So even though a person is present in the room, if they've been deemed to be a non-participant by the ruling of the chair, they cannot be counted in the need for a quorum to be present, and the meeting must collapse. And I believe that is the reason that this sentence is included, because the quorum was lost when 3 members of council were deemed by the chair not to be valid participants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Oh,
other?
by the way, and so I'm opposed to the amendment which would remove that sentence from the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Errors or omissions on that? So this is now on the amendment. So the amendment was moved by, I have Councillor Allen, and then seconded by Councillor Jackson. That was actually moved by Councillor, that's what I thought. Okay, sorry, my apologies. So it was moved by Councillor Vidal and seconded by Councillor Facio, and that was for the amendment. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on this is on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? The amendment passes with Councillor Allen and the mayor opposed. Do I need to read the motion out as amended to our corporate officer?
Thanks, Mayor Wood. Yeah, so now the original motion is to adopt the minutes as amended.
So that the regular council meeting minutes of March the 6th, 2024 be adopted as amended. And that was moved previously by, the main motion was previously by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Jackson, I believe. And is there any further discussion on that? Councillor,
May I have the motion read again?
Sure.
Thank you.
that the regular council meeting minutes, of March the 6th, 2024 be adopted as amended. We're ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? So the motion passes with Counselor Allen and the mayor opposed. The next one is item E, I believe, that the special pre-closed council meeting minutes of March the 8th, 2024 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Facio, seconded by Counselor Allen. Errors or omissions? Or Jackson, sorry. Counselor Jackson. Errors or omissions? Seeing none, ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously. And then the last one is that the special council meeting minutes of March the 11th, 2024 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Vidal, seconded by Counselor Jackson. Errors or omissions? Seeing none, ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously. Yeah, okay. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business, excuse me, business arising from the minutes.
Is there any business arising from the minutes? I've got some business arising from the minutes here. And I'm going to start with item C. And that's the regular council meeting minutes of February the 20th, which is on page 7. Let's start here with actually on page 11. And this is item 12B, which is the report of the Community Services Manager dated February the 20th, 2024, regarding the 2023 Fire Smart Community Funding and Support Approval. So this is, I'm assuming that this is regarding the funds that we got for the Fire Smart grant. And I just had some questions. If actually through our Chief Administrative Officer can provide an update here with regarding the Fire Smart coordinator position.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. We have Christy Evans on Zoom. I'll ask her to zoom in and provide an update, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is everyone able to hear me okay?
Per se, I'm just kind of trying to, think.
Yes, we can hear you, but there is some feedback from.
Background noise. Sorry about that. I'll do my best. Otherwise, I may need someone on site to chime in to support me. The village has a job posting that just recently closed for a contract position for a local Fire Smart representative. The funding from the Fire Smart program has some specific tasks. So certain ones will be coordinated by that local Fire Smart representative, and some of them will continue to be facilitated by current village staff.
Excuse me, could you speak a little slower, please, Christy? There's a bit of garbling going on. You're hard to follow.
Yes.
Slowly,
Sorry about
please.
that. Okay. So the posting for the local Fire Smart representative position closed yesterday. And so we'll be taking next steps for that one coming up here to get someone on board.
So.
The 2023 Fire Smart Fund provided sort of a blanket staffing fund. And so some tasks will be handled by that contract position and some will continue to be handled internally.
Just a question on that part. I'm getting feedback from other conversations.
And it is a conference,
Who is that? There's somebody talking in the background here.
Mayor Wood, I'll just provide an update. Jason
Thank you.
and Christy are actually at a risk management conference. So they are currently double booked and they're attending by Zoom to our meeting.
So then I guess my question is, so the Fire Smart Coordinator position, was that in coordination with our fire chief? To our Chief Administrative Officer?
Christy, can you answer that?
Some technical problems here.
I can confirm that he was aware of the posting going up and he did pass along the information.
So the fire chief was in agreement with the with this application here?
I can't confirm whether he was in agreement, but he was aware of that the posting was going on.
Thank you. So just one last item on that Fire Smart grant application there. Just for clarification to the public, there seemed to be some public concern that the last item, which was, I believe, item 11, it was the very last on the application, and that was for the application for funding for fuel management. Can you provide a reason why that we didn't provide that application for any funding for fuel management?
Christy, are you able to answer that?
Yes, I can. In order to apply for fuel management under the UBCM Fire Smart funding, you are required to have fuel prescriptions prepared in advance. So with the time frame of when the 2023 funding was due, it was not able to be completed. This is also why it's important. And now that we have the funds for some specific fuel prescriptions to be completed, once those prescriptions are written, then we will be able to continue to apply to this fund for fuel management work, as well as to other funding programs.
Actually,
You're just getting some feedback here again. Thank you for that, Christy. That's extremely helpful for the public to understand why that why that section wasn't applied for. Again, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Councillor Allen?
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I only became aware of this opening in this position, I think last week. And it concerns me because I really think that somebody in that position really should be a resident of the village of Harrison Hot Springs. And I say that because, firstly, if they are a resident of the Harrison village, they have a vested interest in ensuring fire safety. And secondly, if they are a resident of the village, they probably have a really good background knowledge of how the village operates, what the weather patterns are, et cetera, et cetera. Too often we end up with people being hired as consultants, whatever, for the village of Harrison Hot Springs. And they arrive with all good intentions, but they really do not have the background knowledge or the base knowledge to be able to be effective on our behalf. So I'd like to know, was this position advertised locally? Was there any effort made to, for instance, put a flyer in the mailboxes, advertise in the local papers, or otherwise let Harrison residents know of the opportunity? And I say that because we have a lot of new residents in the village and a lot of very capable people who I think could make a major contribution. But if they don't know about the opportunity, if it's advertised in some obscure corner that they are not privy to, we don't get to take advantage of those resources within our own community. So where was this position advertised, and how well was it advertised? That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor. Christy, are you still there?
I am still here, yes. Otherwise, Amanda can also comment depending on how well you are able to hear me. This, as it's being set up as a contract position, was posted on the BC Bid webpage with a link from our website to that. The information was also directly passed on to our fire chief as we recognize the importance and the information that residents, and especially with some ties to our fire department, may be interested in supporting the Fire Smart initiative. So it was directly passed on to the fire chief and the deputy with the intent of dispersing that information directly to our fire department crew.
Well, just for clarification then, so that well, the fire department here also had the opportunity to see this and apply for this. Is that correct?
Sorry, were you asking if they had the opportunity to directly view the posting?
Yes, so they
Yes.
saw the posting and had the opportunity if they wished to so apply. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that is.
So they
Thank you.
have.
Councillor Allen, did you have another?
I just wanted to know what is BC Bid and who sees that and where does that go to? And how often is it read, or is it read locally, or how does one access it? It's not something I'm familiar with, but I live in Harrison.
I'll ask our Chief Administrative Officer if he wants.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wood. BC Bid is a provincial website that you can provide opportunities for whether it be to hire a contract position or say a capital project, or that's how it gets multiple views, and also it allows for a comprehensive list of people to be able to look at it that are included with BC Bid. And as mentioned, it was on our website with the link there. So if anybody was actively looking for that position, it would have been on our website.
Thank you. Councillor Allen? I guess my concern is this position, I think, is a very important position. And when we look at our neighboring communities, which are very similar to us in nature, and their Fire Smart coordinator has a lot of qualifications which are required for it. Ours seem to be very vague, very simple. But I do thank you for giving the fire department the opportunity to see it, view it, and reply. I believe that there could be some good qualified people within our fire department. I would really hope that somebody within that would take the lead on something so important as this. Thank you for that, Christy. Go over here to the next one here, and actually, Christy, I believe this is you again here. So this is again this is on page 12, which is the minutes of the regular council meeting of February the 20th, 2024. So the report of the community services manager regarding the public notification and evacuation route planning grant. So this was just that staff be authorized to apply for a program grant of up to $30,000. This is great news. I guess my question on it here is where do we see us going from there if the grant is successful? Will it be an in-house RFP for a consultant? Is it the intent of staff to move this to the Joint Emergency Committee? Maybe I could just start with that question. Christy, could you?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I don't have all my paperwork with me, so I was just going to quickly pull up. So this grant funding program is for preparing resources, essentially for better providing information to the public on what the steps would be in the event of an evacuation. So the first step in all these things that are just potential is sort of just breaking down what needs to be done. I will be looking to discuss it with our joint emergency program, absolutely, as there could be some joint efforts in both sides if they're also looking to apply for it.
So I guess my question is I believe that there was already a resolution from this council, that this was actually referred to the Joint Emergency committee, and I did not see it on in the minutes or under the discussion. So I guess I just want to make sure that we don't kind of go around in circles here. So it sounds like it will be village staff that will take the lead on this, very important, initiative, and it will be done in conjunction with the Joint Emergency Committee. Is that a fair statement?
I don't believe any motion was made. This is simply a potential funding opportunity. And the grant program guide, I can send that link to council if they would like to take a look at what it is. It's not actually, it's about like building a new route or anything to that sort. It's about implementing the strategies and ensuring that the information is clearly communicated. So that is, and the first step is, like I say, grant applications are done internally. So that is just the first step, is applying for the grant, and then based on approval would be likely, potentially, depending on what the scope of work looks like, whether that would need to be going out for a contractor to do the work or a consultant.
I would actually like to see a copy of that grant application. Do we need a motion of council here too? No. Okay, thank you. I think all council members, if they would like to get it. I think it's a very, very important issue here that's come up time after time. So I think the more public knowledge that's out there, the better the understanding here. Thank you for that, Christy.
Pardon me, Mayor Wood. I
Yes,
just wanted
go
to
ahead.
comment on that in the event that, well, the request is for council to receive that application. That will be sent in confidence because this is an active application. So please make sure when council receives it that they keep it to themselves. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. I think it's important that council has an understanding of what's actually happening with it. I've seen various correspondence from various councillors with different directions of where we seem to be going. So just for clarity, it's nice when all of council have the same information. Thank you for that. The next one here, I'm sorry here, I got a few of them here, but I think these are really important items. And this one here now is the next item, which is on page 12, which is item E. And this was a report also, Christy, from yourself, dated February 20th, 2024, the local government development approvals grant program. And this is here, I'll just read it for you so you know what I'm talking about. That staff be authorized to submit a grant to the UBCM's local government development approvals program up to $150,000. Can you just talk a little bit about what that is? Are you still with us, Christy?
Yes, I can. I gave a bit of a background information in my report, which I don't now have on hand from that meeting. But it is some funds that are available to support. They're trying to look at expediting some of the development approvals process. So the government has a development approvals program report, and they're looking for communities to either engage with additional planning support to review development approvals processes, as well as to look at ways to implement checklists for those who may be looking to develop, and as well for internal documents to be prepared so that there is a clear direction and a clear process of what anyone can expect and what comes to the village office compared to the Fraser Valley Regional District's building department. And the goal of the grant program is to just try and make sure every community is doing the best to have like a clear, cohesive plan in place.
So just to clarify then, Christy, so I believe there was somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 outstanding development bylaws. Is that to work towards updating those?
It was only going to be able to, they can't, I believe it was just for the review and making recommendations. of zoning and development bylaws. I don't believe it was for the actual updating, if I'm recalling correctly from the guide, but I don't have that on hand.
So that's I believe that's also a resolution which has been approved by council here. And that I believe was a referral to the committee of the whole for council members to be going through those. These 15 outstanding development bylaws, I don't think is something that council wants to sit around the table here and being discussed. So I really hope that, we have some external professional consultant or in-house work on that. So, and again, I just want to clarify so that I can take that off the agenda. So if staff could just clarify that, those committee of the whole meeting, which is upcoming here for these approximately 15 outstanding development bylaws, is going to be addressed in this, or do we still need to have this and call a committee of the whole meeting? To our Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Bylaws are actively being looked at, so I'll be able to provide an update hopefully in the next few weeks to council on next steps. If there are small changes, it might be something we can just bring directly to council, but if they're very large changes, that will have to potentially go to a committee of the whole. And then there's a potential, obviously, if there's if it has a public engagement component to it, that would I would provide that update at that time as well.
Thank you. The next item here, which is again, Community Services Manager. It's on the same page, February the 20th, 2024. And this is regarding the Resort Municipality Initiative contract. And I watched the meeting on the video, and I just had a question, I guess, for our Chief Administrative Officer. So the talk was what to do with the monies that were to do with the skating rink, which was the cover, fire pits, and looks like there was a couple of motions on this here that that staff be directed to try to reallocate those funds to another, I believe, to the lagoon upgrade project. And I guess my concern on that one there is that there was no discussion with regards to the operating of the skating rink, and that's in regards to the safety aspect of it. So if there's a safety concern, as I recall from the correspondence from the province that I've heard and been part of, is that if there are valid safety concerns, then the village does not have to maintain and operate the rink. I have seen correspondence to our Chief Administrative Officer from a certified provincial manager who is been directly in charge of municipal and private rinks regarding the safety concerns. So I guess I'm surprised that we wouldn't be looking at that option also along with the option of just looking for other areas. And saying that further, the resolution that was passed by council is that council directs staff to look at other potential areas. But yet I see that we are still proceeding with the concession stand in the washroom building at the boat launch. So I don't understand why those funds were not also allocated to the same project as the rink cover and the fire pit. Would our Chief Administrative Officer like to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wood. The addition to the boat launch building, or the concession stand, as you refer to it as, is part of the original RDS. So we're moving forward and complying with the contract. The motion from council was to look for other locations for the rink, and in the event that there wouldn't be a suitable location, obviously we would want to make sure that concession stand would be available for the next season.
So it would make no sense to have this concession stand built there when in fact if council or have given staff direction to look at other areas. So I would hope that that project would be deferred until such time as the other is dealt with. Do I
Mayor Wood, I will advise council that that project has gone out for RFP, and we have received multiple applications, and we do have a successful proponent. So at this time, it would seem that we're too far down the road to stop the project.
The next, Councillor Allen.
Yeah, I have a question. So I'm not aware of the RFP or what's been planned down there, maybe because I wasn't on council until September. But I need to know what is being proposed and how much it's going to cost. Is it the case that the expansion or rebuild of the boat launch office and toilet building is being expanded as a concession stand for the operation of the skating rink in that location? Is that what is happening? Why do we not get the RFPs as a councillor? Do I have to ask for those to know what's going on? Or shouldn't we be provided with this? I mean, all too often, I hear of something that's been approved or a contract let, and it's the first I've heard of it. So I'm trying to catch up here. What are you proposing to do at the boat launch ramp? Bearing in mind that we're spending all the money and Fraser Valley Regional District is making all the money. It isn't turning out the way that we planned it as a money-making facility for the village of Harrison Hot Springs. So what is it we're planning to do there now? And if a contract has been let, shouldn't we be told that as councillors? So some information would be good, Mr. Mayor, if you could.
To our Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Through you to Councillor Allen. The RDS informs the projects for staff, and so when we have the direction of the previously approved RDS, those are projects that we would engage an engineer or consultant to move forward, and it would remain at the staff level. If you would like to have a copy of the RDS, we can provide that to you, and it will show you what the different projects were identified in that current RDS.
Councillor Allen.
Or what is an RDF, RDS? Too much
It's
jargon.
RDS, which is Resort Development Strategy.
Oh, okay. So part of Tourism Harrison then? No? Is this being run by Tourism Harrison?
No, this is through the village.
Well, what's in the RDS?
There's a number of tourist amenity-based projects, which would include the plaza that was done in 2022. There was a boat launch expansion, and then also outer lagoon upgrade. Now, the original RDS did include a fire pit and also a covered structure for the skating rink, which staff has realized that that is not a feasible project. So we're taking the funds that were originally identified as in that RDS and allocating it to the different components within the strategy.
So what is happening to the boat launch building? What are you proposing to do to the boat launch building?
There is an addition that will be added to the north side of the building. Essentially, it's a 20 by 20 addition that will have some facilities in it, and it will be used as a concession stand. And then also it will, during the off season, other than, or like when the skate rink is not active, the FERD will use it for the boat launch operation.
Okay, when you say concession stand, are you talking about ice cream and burgers and pop and stuff like that? A retail concession stand? No?
No, sir. It will be prepackaged items that'll have, just like it was run before, it had coffee and tea and chocolate bars and bags of chips and stuff like that.
Councillor Jackson, did you have?
Sure, I think it's time we get on with this agenda. You keep going over items that you could have discussed directly with our CIO at any time and then bought back a capsule amount or publicly written. This is going on and on and on. We have business to do here. And to me, you're stalling. You don't want to deal with this. So could we please, the chat between you and John Allen, you're taking up
Order,
the
please.
whole meeting, and that has to stop.
This is on the agenda. This is business from the minutes. Councillor Jackson, yourself, Councillor Facio, and Councillor Bidell denied me 6 very important items which should have been included on the agenda, which were submitted by the mayor to the appropriate acting corporate officer, which were not put on. You're taking things off the agenda that the mayor feels is important. I believe that these questions are equally important. Why we're spending, I don't know if it's $300,000-$400,000 to build a concession when we haven't even decided if we're going to keep the rink there. It's actually very disappointing. You talk, Councillor, about speaking with the Chief Administrative Officer outside of this meeting. Well, the Chief Administrative Officer, as you are aware, Council, has informed the mayor that if the mayor wants to attend the village office, he must book a meeting that he is available to be there and sit there and listen to every conversation that the mayor wishes to have with any member of staff. If the Chief Administrative Officer is not available, then the mayor is not permitted access to speak with the village staff. I will carry on. This will be where the business has to be dealt with, the business needs to be dealt with, and the public need to know what's going on. I'm just disappointed to hear that we're continuing on with this upgrade when the Chief Administrative Officer knows very well that this project is a council resolution to look at other options. We are absolutely insane to be proceeding with $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 upgrade to something when there is a resolution of council. There are a number of resolutions of council that have absolutely been ignored. They need to be discussed. Why are the council resolutions not being followed? These are important discussions that we need to understand. I'll talk more about this, about that part later. But I have one last item here, and this is on page 14. And this is the report of the Chief Administrative Officer, again dated February the 20th, 2024, and it was release of closed meeting resolutions. And I would ask the Chief Administrative Officer to help me understand what this is all about here. It's regarding the Facebook. A motion be amended to include the Harrison Hot Springs private Facebook page. And again, I can't tell. I again watched the meeting on this here, and I'm concerned with this motion that's been released from the closed meeting. Can our Chief Administrative Officer elaborate on that, please?
I'm not sure what you're asking, Mayor Wood. Maybe you can expand, please.
Sure. First question here, there's something about that information be forwarded to Lidstone and Company, which is the village's lawyer, regarding the Harrison Hot Springs News and Views private Facebook page. So my first question is, are councillors providing posts to the lawyers and our staff just at willy-nilly? To our Chief Administrative Officer?
I can't speak for council, but if I am receiving anything that has been brought to my attention, then yes, I would be passing it on to Lidstone.
Is this intent? It looks like it's intent, there's some intent maybe to remove somebody that's on a Facebook page. Or is this evidence, or is this actually an attempt to actually shut down that Facebook, I don't know, group or whatever it's called, to our chief administrative officer?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I can't really speak to that because the motion states that information be forwarded to Lidstone and Company regarding the Harrison Hot Springs News and Views private Facebook page.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you please help me on repeating that one?
Absolutely. I can't confirm whether it's to shut down, as you say, shut down the website or to single out a certain individual. It is just information being passed on to Lidstone at this time.
Thank you. I guess just my last question.
Mr. Mayor, before you leave that, could I ask what information is being passed on and why it's being passed on? I'm probably the target of this, so I'm interested in knowing why, what it is that council's hoping to achieve by this, and that's not clear from the resolution. What information and why is it being passed on, and what's the objective? And as you'll note from the minutes, I suggested that if you're going to go after public or private discussion groups, you need to be inclusive of that and include the Harrison Hot Springs Forum Facebook page, which was rejected. So what information has been passed on to Lidstone, and is that accessible to me as a municipal councillor? Thank you.
Our chief administrative officer like to answer that?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Before we move any further into this discussion, I recommend that council goes into closed under section 91N.
Thank you. So I guess my last comment to this, and as I see this, actually, I'm shocked. I know Councillor Vidal said when there was a letter that came out as a mole, and this mole, as councillor aware, is a member of council and or a previous member of council. And Councillor Vidal said that this is not council business. And how is this all of a sudden now a council business? I'm confused with one day it's council business, the next day it's not. Actually, I'm going to move on to the next item here, and I apologize. There is another one here too. So this is on page 9, and this is again the February the 20th, 2024 meeting of council. It's on the top of the page, and I haven't a clue what this really means, but maybe can the chief administrative officer respond to this one without going into a closed meeting, or does he want closed for this one? Maybe I can help read it off here. That the Village of Harrison Hot Springs not pursue a replacement section 16 Land Act map reserve for 92.619 hectare plot of land. I'm not going to read it all. I know there's a lot of question what's happening with the East Sector lands. Does the chief administrative officer or somebody able to give some clarification to myself and the public? Like what does this mean?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I'm just for clarification, we're looking on page 15, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned page 9. I will defer that to my corporate officer to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, page 15. It's also marked as page 9, but 15.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Yeah, I'd be happy to provide a little background information on that, since that resolution alone doesn't really clarify exactly what was discussed. So in January of 2008, a 92.619 hectare plot of land in the East Sector was established as a reserve for a term of 5 years under Section 16 of the Land Act. The reserve is held by the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship on behalf of the village, and it was to allow for long-term planning use in order to facilitate trail development and for nature conservation purposes. In 2013, the village extended the term with the province for an additional 10 years. And the map reserve expired in January of 2023, at which point the ministry contacted the village to confirm whether it would like to seek a replacement map reserve. A map reserve is a very temporary tenure over the land. It's a withdrawal from disposition, and it basically just earmarks a section of land so that no other applications can come through while that map reserve is active. And since the village has had that map reserve, the area has now been developed into the East Sector recreation site. So it's now officially a recreation site under Section 56 Sub 1 of the Forest Range and Practices Act. And the map reserve is no longer required because the Forest Range and Practices Act Recreation Site Order has no end term on it, and the land is now protected under that act instead. And so the decision was made at that council meeting to not pursue a replacement tenure, as it was felt that the land is sufficiently captured under that recreation site order.
Thank you for that. I think that's helpful. Councillor Allen, you had a
Mr.
question?
Mayor, could I just make an observation on that? Thank you for the explanation, Amanda. Yes, it's true that the recreational area has replaced the reserve that we, the village, had placed on the land. But please correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, what has also happened in this process is that while the recreation reserve was a form of preliminary tender that was held by us, the village of Harrison Hot Springs, within our own boundaries, what has changed is that we have given up control of that land and allowed the Fraser Valley Regional District to have the recreation area, and we are not a party to that agreement or that designation. So we, the village, have been cut out of control of that 240 acres of land. Is that correct? Or are we a party to the recreational area thing in partnership with Fraser Valley? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Through you to Councillor Allen. You're talking about this same 92 hectare plot? Yeah. So they have, my understanding is that the Fraser Valley Regional District has a management agreement directly with the province, and the village does not have any hand in that management agreement. Those are for a set term. I can't recall off the top of my head the exact expiration on that term agreement, but if that agreement were to come up for renewal and the village would like to take on or explore taking on management of that area, at that time, the village could look at submitting a proposal to enter into a partnering agreement with the ministry.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I'd just like to know if the village consented to the agreement between Fraser Valley Regional District and the province for that area. And maybe you can look that up for me. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. So I'm going to go on here. I got my last one here, which is from the this special, the closed meeting of March the 8th, 2024. And that's on page 21. And there were two resolutions from the mayor, which were through resolution of council to be released to the public, and I don't see them out here. I don't see them released.
Pardon me, Mayor Wood, may I speak to that?
Yes,
I do have
I'll ask just to our Chief Administrative Officer if you can speak to that, please.
yes, thank you very much, sir. The motion was to release a few items from a closed meeting on March 8th, and the report has been prepared and placed on to the April 15th, I believe, meeting for release from closed. It didn't have any time-sensitive information, and it will be coming to council with a few additional items that would be relating to that as well in different report forms.
Thank you. Bear with me a second. So there was two council resolutions, again, made by the mayor, and I think they're extremely important considering what's happening in the village here. The mayor had the authority to release these to the public here. And again, I think the public need to be aware, to be postponing and holding this on just shows that this isn't being taken serious, and the propriety and the priority of this is crucial for this village to move forward. So the mayor's recommendation is that staff be directed to put out a request for proposals for an independent contractor to assist the village in improving its occupational health and safety program and in resolving any outstanding complaints of harassment, bullying, and breaches of the village's code of conduct policy. And that staff be directed to put out a request for proposals for an independent contractor to guide discussions between the mayor and I will redact the name, with the goal of creating an improved working relationship. We are broken as the relationship between the mayor and the chief administrative officer. That needs to be fixed. The village's occupational health and safety program needs urgent upgrades. There are all kinds of allegations going on. They're not being investigated, all required under WCP. Public health and safety, especially for the staff, is paramount. We went through an exodus of staff back in 2015 of the senior management team, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're about to see that again. We need to respect the safety, the health of our staff. They must come first. And the incident that happened at the village office, that traumatic incident, it can't just keep being held off. It needs to be dealt with. So to not see these important items, the safety of our staff, think about that. And we have more important village business to do. I can't think of something more important than that. I made up a resolution, a motion for it, and I think it's very important that council has to really stand up now and work together. And this has to stop. It has to be dealt with. So these are absolutely urgent matters. So I'm going to read it. So whereas there was a traumatic event,
Pardon me, Mayor Wood.
you're out of.
Pardon me, Mayor Wood.
You're out of order.
I'm recommending the council goes into closed under section 91 A, C, and I.
Order,
Please.
please. Whereas there was a traumatic event, the words of our chief administrative officer on Monday, March the 4th, 2024 at the village office that resulted in 2 RCMP vehicles with lights and sirens and a lockdown of the village office. Yes, the mayor was present. And whereas the village office was fully staffed, whereas the non-resident is known to the village, and whereas the office staff were present, the chief financial officer and the corporate officer were directly exposed to this traumatic event. And whereas council is directly responsible for the village's bullying and harassment program, and whereas the mayor has canceled the last regular council meeting and postponed this one, only to provide a healthy work environment, and whereas council must lead by example, that this behavior will not be tolerated and that it not be supported, this motion, council would effectively be saying to staff, this traumatic behavior is acceptable in the workplace. I move that council ban the known non-resident of the village from attending the main office for a period of 90 days effective immediately. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion. Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. You have not identified this person. There's not enough information. You speak about transparency. I was also in attendance at the village office during your traumatic event. And while I appreciate your perspective on it, I do want to point out that there were numerous other staff in attendance who may have had a different perspective and interpretation. So, until I have more knowledge about a non-resident, I can't vote on anything, and I would suggest that this be tabled and go into the next closed meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Facio? Your power.
Thank you. There we go. Yeah, I think, thank you for your comments, Mayor Wood, but I will be voting against this because this is a personnel issue, should be discussed in a closed meeting when we have all the relevant information, which we don't have. So that's, just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? So we're talking about something from March the 4th, which is still lingering on as we're on to April the 3rd. And I've heard Councillor Vidal talk about she wants more stuff. Well, when something as serious as this happens, and here we are 4 or 5 weeks later, and we haven't dealt with the issue. We haven't even started to talk about the issue. I see councillors making comments about the mayor canceled the meeting. We don't know why. Council knows everything why. I'm disappointed to have to see that from other councillors. It is the mayor who is supposed to be the one who is the spokesman for releasing information, and or the chief administrative officer through the village's website or other correspondence. When other councillors start posting things of canceled meetings, getting people excited with partial events, only hurts this village. We are, no question, a very dysfunctional council, and this needs to change. We need to look after our village staff, and I think all of us have to agree on that. So to not support this is saying that you actually accept that type of behavior. Councillor Allen. Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jackson first. Sorry, Councillor Allen. Councillor Jackson. Your microphone.
Yeah, Mayor, I resent those last remarks. I have an excellent rapport with council. I know what happened that day. And the picture that is being painted here isn't what happened. We have excellent professional people working for us. Sometimes you're just gonna have to realize that there's a way to do things and you look at them differently. We have now spent almost an hour on all negative things that you bring up continually. No wonder we're not going anywhere in this council. No wonder we're not getting anything done. It's time to realize that there are a procedure to do them. What you're after. You're saying that I don't get along with staff. I get along excellent with them. We have all kinds of discussions about everything. I know what they're doing. You just won't accept that. If you replace someone today, we have the same problem with the same person tomorrow. So you have to get into this. I'm sorry, let's get on with this meeting.
Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. I'm distressed at the effort to reduce your mayorship to a sideshow. I believe that when we, the people of Harrison, voted for a mayor, we voted for a leader, and that leader should have been given his proper due deference and his proper authority to lead the community and the council. And all I've seen, both in my civilian life up until September and in my councillor life, is a constant effort to sideline and minimize and render the mayor's position inoperable. I was horrified this morning to hear you tell us that the staff has had the temerity to tell you who you can and cannot talk to and when you can and cannot talk to staff members. A chief executive officer is the man at the head of the organization, and he has responsibilities, and with those responsibilities go authorities. And if he cannot exercise his authority and his vigilance over the staff, then the position has become rendered meaningless. So I believe that we are in a broken organization. And what we need in order to get back on track is a restoration of the power and authority of the mayor as the chief executive officer, with all officers reporting to him and not to the CAO. The chief administrative officer, in my opinion, is there to help the mayor perform his functions, and that is simply not happening. So I don't see any hope for a change until we change the fundamentals and restore the authority of the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just to end on that, again, I was a witness to the entire event. Councillor Vidal spent a few seconds well, she got there at the end. So Councillor Vidal has absolutely no idea what went on. As mayor, I was there. I saw the event. I witnessed the event. I saw the staff. I saw the reactions on their face. That cannot be tolerated. The individual needs to be banned from the village office. 90 days, I would think more like permanently. 90 days seems pretty easy. It shows a clear point of this council to unite, work together, and to support our staff. So the motion, I will repeat the motion before I call the vote. So I move that council ban the known non-residents of the village from attending the main office for a period of 90 days effective immediately. So I call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion, order please. Motion fails with, order please. Order please. The motion fails with Councillor Vidal. Order please. Councillor Facio and Jackson opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is the consent agenda.
Do I have a mover for the consent agenda? Moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Jackson. This is just for receipt.
I asked Mayor Wood,
Yes,
is that including these A, B, and C,
yes.
that consent? So can I pull one of those out now to discuss it, or you want it, is it come under questions from the correspondence?
No, I think we should pull it out of the consent. It requires a motion of council to remove one out of the consent agenda. So, so the motion on the table right now is for receipt. So you're asking to amend that by removing item,
33,
sorry, which one? Item C.
page 30, the
I don't-
C.
Item C. So the amended part of the motion is to remove item C out of the agenda and put into general correspondence, and then it will be,
Please.
okay.
Thank
So
you.
that, do I have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Vidal. Any discussion on removing that? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor of removing it? Opposed? Nobody is opposed. So I'm going to go back then. So approval of the consent agenda as amended. Oh, that's already been moved by Councillor Facio and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any further discussion on that? Going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is delegations. Unfortunately, I was advised by Mr. Buchanan that he cannot attend today, and will hopefully be able to attend at a future date. So we'll be moving on to correspondence.
I'm just going to, just before we go out of the delegations there, I just want to give my sincere apology to Ross Buchanan. It's unfortunate that he's not here. He's done a lot of initiatives. He's been a very vocal critic in a very positive way for this village over many years. He's also, I would consider, a friend. And excuse me. It's unfortunate that he's not here. It is, I believe, due to myself changing the scheduling of the council meetings. I think that this interface fire prevention and mitigation is extremely important to a fire smart initiative, if that's the right wording for it. And again, my sincere apologies to Ross, and I know that there's a number of members of the public that wanted to hear that. And again, my apology, Ross. Next order of business, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Next order of business.
could I make a suggestion?
Next order of business, please.
I think we need a special meeting for that.
Next order of business. We have a correspondence, and then we have, you can discuss on reports from the correspondence. Business arising from the correspondence, Counselor. And if that's your motion, then we could put that motion on there. So the next order of business was correspondence, right? So I'm not going to read all of these letters. There's a great deal of letters here. I wish to thank everybody that took the time to write these letters, emails. If they send them to mayor and council, I will try to get them put on the agenda. And I think most of them here are regarding the Fire Smart initiatives. And more specifically, the SenseNet fire detection system. And there's some here, I think, on the budgets, on some questions on the budgets and stuff too. So again, I'm not going to read them. So I'm going to just group them all together, and I just one motion, and I'm going to move the receipt. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Facio. And again, it was moved by myself. So is there any discussion on receipt? This is only on receipt. Seeing none, ready to call the question. All in favor of receipt? Passes unanimously. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is business arising from correspondence.
It's pretty loud. Sorry here. So we're at business arising from correspondence. Councillor Facio.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Oops. Page 33. Find it.
Yes. Yes.
Page 33. Just like to, it's in regards to the Government Finance Officers Association, and I want to commend Scott Schultz, our Chief Financial Officer, for this outstanding award. We are pleased to notify that your annual financial report for the fiscal year ended December 21-22 qualifies for the Canadian Award for financial reporting. So I want to congratulate Scott and his staff for receiving this award, and it's very gratifying for all of us in our community that we have somebody who's looking after the finances of our community, and they're well in hand. Well, thank you again to Scott Schultz and his staff.
Yes, thank you. Any further business, Councillor Allen?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As pointed out earlier, my report to council ended up being in external correspondence, but it appears on page 65 of the agenda package. And I'm not going to reread it or explain it, except to say that I think this is a very important issue. And I'd like to suggest that if we can get the people from SenseNet and Mr. Buchanan to come back to Harrison and make this presentation in person and answer the questions from ourselves as council members and perhaps questions from the general public, I think that considering the imminent danger that we're warned about daily of catastrophic fires and the cost of including some kind of a fire alarm system in our woodlands, I think that warrants a special council meeting to hear that presentation and to hopefully move ahead. And if we can still do it, make this expenditure in the year 2024 in time to provide an early warning system in our woodlands going into the hot summer, which will happen this July or August. So I'm just bringing to council's attention again my comments and recommendations made on the March 27th email, and asking you as mayor to consider scheduling a special council meeting for this purpose alone, so we can move ahead and do something about protecting the village, since seems obvious we're not going to have a northern evacuation route for the summer of 2024, and perhaps a long time after that. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson, did you any business from correspondence?
Actually, what I think I would like to do is to propose a motion that we refer the Fire Smart to our CAO with the idea of coming up with a plan and how it can be implemented and paid for. I know there are two parts of this. One is to pay it through taxes, which I'm in favor of, and not from reserves. I think the time has come for to stop discussion and get on with coming back with a plan that's going to best suit the village of Harrison Hot Springs. A catastrophic fire here will not only affect the residents, it's going to affect all our businesses too. So we must get them to buy into whatever we're going to do. And we could go around and speak to them, but my motion is that we refer this now to staff, so we can come back to that special meeting of what Councillor Allen wants to have, and get on with getting this approved. Thank you, Your Worship.
Do I have a seconder?
Second, Mayor Wood.
Seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion on this? Councillor Allen?
Yes, no, I'm sorry, I disagree completely with Councillor Jackson on this. As far as funding is concerned, we have substantial reserves, possibly 4 million in unlimited reserves that we have raised from the taxpayers of Harrison over the years and put in a savings account effectively for a rainy day. We're not getting a rainy day, we're going to get a sunny, hot day, and we need this protection. Having a further discussion with the businesses and the residents about adding it to the 2024 taxes is completely unnecessary. The amount of money that Mr. Buchanan is proposing that we spend is something like 3% of the money that's sitting in the bank in reserves doing nothing, although it does get us some interest. And faced with the possibility of a catastrophic fire, I believe it's our civic responsibility to take the action and to move ahead. And I don't see how referring it to staff for further consultation or a whip around or a bake sale or something to raise the money is even necessary. We have the money, we have the threat, we have the offer of somebody who's going to put in a fire alarm system. And I believe we should just move ahead, get the presentation, ask the questions, and try and get it installed by the summer of 2024. The SenseNet people have given us a deadline of May 1st to make this offer, in which they are proposing to use Harrison as a demonstration project for other communities. And in return for using our community as a demonstration project, they're giving us a 50% discount, only open until May 1st. It's already well into April, starting the month of April. We need to move ahead, and I would reject the Councillor Jackson's suggestion and say that we don't need any more committee meetings or studies. We need to sit down as a council, hear the presentation, and move towards approval. Thank you.
Thank you. A question just before Councillor Vidal, a question then to our Chief Financial Officer. Can you just comment on the financial side of it? Is that a discussion that needs to happen now, or is that a discussion that happens later?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Typically, any purchases, well, not typically, any purchases done through the village, have to follow our purchasing policy. Now council is able to, work around that and direct award if they see fit. But usually, purchase of this amount would follow a RFP process, so a competitive bid. And then, follow the steps in our purchasing policy for ultimate award.
Thank you. Councillor Vidal?
Thank you, and thank you to Scott. He's probably answered one of my questions. I am not opposed at all into looking into a process or a company or a program to make the village safer, especially in the East Sector lands. However, I caution that to outwardly award a bid to any one company without providing the opportunity for perhaps other companies who may be providing a similar product, the opportunity to bid on it. I'm disappointed that we weren't able to have the presentation here today because I had numerous questions that I wanted to ask of the Sensat representative. And I have heard various costs ranging anywhere from $100,000 all the way up to $400,000. I'm in agreement with Councillor Jackson's view, but I am also in agreement with Councillor Allen's proposal that a special meeting be called in order to have a representative from maybe not even, maybe in a, not only Sensat, but maybe additional companies who may also be able to provide that service to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Facio, you already spoke on this matter.
I'm
didn't
just going to ask you a question. Just want to ask you a
you?
question.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I do have a proposal, but I want to wait till we get to the budget portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just, comment on it here. I heard a comment come out about the evacuation route. I was going to just give a brief talk about that under the mayor's report, but I think this is important because I had a phone call from the minister responsible of emergency management, Minister Ma. It'd be about 2 weeks ago now. And there is a 2-page report that's out on the evacuation route. That right now is still an internal document and council does not want to release it. But there are, so I won't discuss what's on those documents, but I will discuss the phone call. Excuse me. The bad news is there will be no evacuation route for this year. Hopefully in the following year. It's possible, depending what happens in the election, that a decision could be made in the late part of fall. But it depends again who in the provincial election wins that race, I guess. And the requirement of the evacuation route as it stands, it needs a by law, it has to go through the provincial legislature for approval. And they don't sit again till the earliest would be fall, and otherwise it will be in spring. So that's probably the earliest. So we're another whole year away. This evacuation route was one of my first top priorities as mayor. I have pushed hard to get this evacuation route done. So I'm really disappointed to hear that it won't happen this year. So we have fire season coming upon us. I also met with the same minister on a Zoom conference call the other day with all the other mayors. And regarding the droughts, the wildfire, and even the freshet, which is not really much of a threat. But that communication is already started between every mayor in this province. So fire season is definitely a big concern of the province, right from the top leaders down. This is an option that's been brought forth from a resident. This resident, again, who has held 3 open houses, brought in experts, including the mayor of Kimberley, and given some great presentations of the concerns of the public with regarding fire smart initiatives. Now we know the evacuation route will not happen this year. Then an item like this, I think, deserves a different priority. You know, we talk about our purchasing policy. Well, our purchasing policy is broken all the time. Even for the dike improvements, the dike engineering was all sole sourced. And it was sole sourced because council decided to. Council has the authority to make the decision right now if they wish to sole source it to a contractor. We don't have to go out for bids. We don't have to look at other options. This proposal was given by, I guess the company is called SenseNet. And this proposal was given to every council member by myself. And I'd also asked that this be included in the agenda, which again was denied. In this proposal, it answers all of Councillor Vidal's questions, and with the amount of money, how many sensors. It's very, very clearly done. So it's unfortunate that the public didn't have an opportunity to see this. But this council has that information. We have the power to sole source. We have no evacuation route. We have a very potentially dry summer coming. Council can, right at this time, simply sole source this project and let staff move on and get it done. Let's have it done so that it is ready for the season. I realize the motion on the table from Councillor Jackson is to refer it to staff. I would hope that that motion fail, and I would like to put a motion on the table following that, which is to sole source it. So I'm going to continue now and ready to call the question on the motion from Councillor Jackson, and that this be referred back to staff. And ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Yeah, motion passes with the mayor and Councillor Allen opposed. Is there any other business arising from correspondence? Seeing none. It's actually it's an interesting. So that was a motion that was made by Councillor Jackson on that. I'm going to throw out a motion here with regards to all the emails regarding the fire detection system. So I'm going to move here that council sole source approval to approve the acquisition of the SenseNet interface fire detection system, just generally described as 65 sensors, 4 gateways, and 3 zoom cameras to be deployed in the East Sector Forest, with time being of the essence. Do I have a seconder for that? Second. Seconded by Councillor Allen. We got further discussion on this? Ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails. Order, please. Order, please. What order, please? Counselor Vidal, Counselor Facio, and Counselor Jackson opposed.
Mr. Mayor, you know that,
Order.
that is a fallacious,
Council,
motion,
no.
because you cannot put a motion on the floor when you don't have funding approved. You cannot go ahead and ask for approval of something that's going to require maybe up to $300,000 without the budgeted amount or having that approved. That's just trying to make us look bad. Thank you.
I wouldn't normally comment on that, but the amount is 150. Order, please. The actual amount is $150,000.
Done my
That's-
own research on this, and it's gonna cost a lot more than $150,000 to do it right. Each sensor is about $1,200. So depending upon the number that you're gonna put in, it's probably gonna take at least 160, 170 to carry such a big area. The numbers that you're looking at are understated.
Thank you, Counselor. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is reports of councilors, committees, committee of the whole, and commissions. And there are two reports there from some select committees. I don't know where you would like to, if you'd like me to read those out first or.
No, I think I'll just read out there. So just the report of the Age-Friendly Committee dated April the 2nd, 2024. I think councils all had an opportunity to read it. Just going to try and speed things up a bit. Did council need me to read this? Or are we good with this? Okay, so this is again just actually I'm going to put them both together because they're both actually identical. A and B, which is the Age Friendly and the Environmental Committee. I believe they're both identical. And so I'm going to put a motion on the table that to move all of the recommendation, that council approve all the recommendations. Do I have a seconder on that? Seconded by Counselor Jackson. Discussion on that? Seeing none, ready to call the question, all in favor? Nobody's opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you. So that covers A and B then. Okay. So the next then is reports from counselors. So I'm going to start at Counselor Jackson and just work clockwise around the table.
Your worship, I attended the March the 30th Harrison Tourism Society. I'm pleased to report that the staff have moved into the building. They're just waiting for the pavement to be done to get final occupancy. And they're looking at a grand opening in June. And all the events are all for this year are all scheduled. This should be a very exciting year in Harrison. Thank you.
Counselor Jackson, I just read in the newspaper this morning that we have a new executive director. Tourism?
Yes, we do.
Would you like to announce that? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Counselor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any committee reports. I have been working on the fire hazard presented by the East Sector area. And I have a couple of concerns I want to express with council. You have later in the agenda a road safety resolution from me under new business. I'd like to report that during this summer, the road from Harrison North, which could be our escape route, is going to be compromised because the new bridge construction at Greenpoint is not going to be a two-lane open road detour as we had been told in the original specs. It's now going to be a single lane bridge with traffic light control. which will lead to serious delays and congestion at that point. And I've come to consider on reviewing the Rockwell Drive route that it's a very poor choice for an evacuation route because it's narrow, it's crumbling at the side into the lake, and it's subject to closure from a lot of different reasons. And I'm just very concerned about not just the route through Sasquatch Park, but the route to get from Harrison North and escape up the Harrison East Forest Service Road to some refuge there, which has to be a viable option in the absence of the escape route through Sasquatch Park. I think our emergency evacuation planning has to include that, and I've spoken to some of the property owners along that route about providing refuge space for Harrison residents if they have to flee to the north. So the other conversation I had with a very experienced logger about removing the wood from the forest floor on that whole 400 acres or more than 400 acre spot is probably going to cost $1 million. And we need to be thinking in terms of that as the cost of going in there, removing the forest floor debris, limbing up the trees and taking all that biomass away. So that should be part of our consideration in the future, that's probably what it's going to cost to make that area safe. Other than that, I don't have anything further to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fidel, and then Councillor Facio.
Thank you. On March 13th, I attended the Letsamot C2C committee meeting. On March 20th, I attended what is called the Changing of the Seasons ceremony, which was sponsored by the Indigenous Wellness Committee at Mountain Institution. March 21st, I attended a Lower Mainland Local Government Association Executive Board meeting in which we are in the process of finalizing our program for the upcoming conference, May 1st to 3rd, to be held in Whistler. The theme of this year's conference is tackling the big issues. And I'm also pleased to say that I have submitted my name and will be running for the executive position of first vice president. That will be decided during the annual general meeting, and that is a 2-year term. On March 26th, I attended the Community Futures North Fraser board meeting. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Facio.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. On March the 21st, I attended the first of the Canada Day planning group, and everything's moving forward for this year's July 1st. As usual, the 8:30 pancake breakfast hosted by our fire department and donated by the resort and spa. And of course, the pep parade and the usual welcoming and children's programs and music will carry on right through the course of the day in the plaza. And then the parade at 5. And of course, Rockwell will finish off with the music between 7 and 10. And of course, the fireworks. So there's still a few things to be confirmed regarding the flagging people on the highway, as a provincial highway that we do use, or part of it is, and also on the fireworks. From the regional district board meeting, there was a recommendation that the service agreement with the Village of Harrison Hot Springs boat launch will carry on for another 3 years, 3-year agreement. And in agreement the Village of House Hot Springs is transferred $14,000 annually by the FERD, who manages the revenue from the boat launch. After this initial transfer, and all FERD's operational expenses are paid, including supplies, contractor, and staff, the resulting profits are then equally split between the village and the FERD. And I think our last 22, I think, was $31,000 that we got from that 50-50 sharing. In 2023, there was 3,750 passes were sold, which included day passes, season passing, extra parking passes, and commercial fleet passes. As a result, the boat launch made 120,114 in revenue, and after all expenses were paid a profit split of 5,000. So the regional district does not make money, all the money on the boat launch hours, as the councillor Alan said earlier this evening. They end up with $5,853, which goes towards the FERD's regional parks program, which we benefit from in the village as well. And for the 2024, they project it will only be $2,440 that the regional district will end up with after all expenses. The boat launch operations agreement with the village brings an extra revenue for the FERD's regional parking program. Staff recommends continuation of this current arrangement under a new 3-year contract. And just a brief one here on the mosquito control, which affects all of us, or some of us in the village. The Fraser Valley Regional District operates an annual floodwater mosquito control program to reduce the abundance of floodwater mosquitoes or nuisance mosquitoes within the region. Contractors hired by the FERD are responsible for significant operational components of this program, including monitoring water levels, sampling of mosquito larvae, conducting larvicide treatments when and where appropriate, adult mosquito trapping and identification, mapping, responding to public inquiries, and public education. And if any resident has a problem as we get through the summer season with mosquitoes, that there is a line they can call, and it's on the village website as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is reports from mayor.
So it's been quite a while since the last report, and I'm sure I'm going to miss a lot of events or specifics. My apologies for that. It was my honor to attend the RCMP Appreciation Awards. It was held in the Chilliwack Arts and Cultural Center. Beautiful building, a beautiful venue. The families were able to be there to see their loved ones appreciated for their work. It wasn't just for RCMP members themselves, which was a surprise to myself. It was members of the public, people that are called heroes. The number of people that jump in events to help save another person's life. Their stories were read out. It was quite a moving event. There was actually one of the events that actually happened right here at our the main hotel resort. And for the RCMP members, I don't know how an RCMP member can be basically giving a traffic ticket 1 second and then having to deal with a possible somebody with a gun. My kudos go out to every RCMP member, but there were specific awards given. It was quite a moving event. I'm a little late, I think, on this one here, but the drinking water pumps, the 2 pumps that failed out of the 3 pumps, which um, I declared the state of local of emergency. I think I've been given official notification that all pumps are actually up and running as of now. Just maybe a quick question to our chief administrative officer. Is there a spare pump there now, or do I understand it's coming?
The intent is to have a spare pump, and I do believe it's on site, but I would have to confirm with staff.
And thank you. Nice to see those all up and running for the summer season. I also I attended the Let's Mott C2C meeting. It's a good meeting. It was held actually Seabird ended up taking because there were so many people that showed up. And thank you to Seabird for entertaining that. We had an opportunity to meet. We have a new the government loves change. So our Ministry of Transportation, MOTI, has a new manager that's representing us. So as he, and I believe the other person was the spokesperson again for the MOTI. 2 new people who are learning the village and surrounding areas, and they're there to they were there to listen. They had a lot of things thrown their way. I know Councillor Bidell brought up the concerns with our our access and egress, our only one, Hot Springs Road. And I think one of the things that really came up in this C2C meeting was the back a few months when the Highways Department decided to shut down Highway 1 because they figured atmospheric rains were going to come and there could be a big slide on Highway 1. So they diverted all the traffic all through, well, we all know where it goes, down Highway 7, 9 and everywhere else, and they get into Seabird Island, they get lost. But the unfortunate part is the emergency vehicles have a hard time getting through it. So normally in a situation like that, the first responders are notified of such an event, you know, because this was not something that had just happened. This was something that was planned. So there was a failure in that communications to the right people. So it turned into a bit of a gong show and a lot of people were very frustrated, and hopefully there was nothing serious that came out of it. But it really affects a whole lot of communities, and that's where these forums are really good. It doesn't just affect Harrison, it affects all of Kent, you know, including Seabird, Jim. There's that roundabout just as we turn off Highway 1 seems to be a choke point. And all the communities are putting the pressure on, the contractor through the Ministry of Transportation to have proper flag people there to get people through that bottleneck there. There's a few other bottlenecks that they're working on. I think Mayor Pranger is working on that. But those are the types of conversations that happen in those meetings. Brad Vish was there. It was nice to see him. And he's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to grant applications, trying to get a word, if you want to get a word out to the higher levels of our federal government. You know, he shows up for most meetings. It was again, a very productive meeting. I just want to make a note, staff can help me on this here. The village has a free event coming up. It's the wellness event. It will be held here at Memorial Hall. I didn't write the date.
Yeah, I believe it's Saturday, April 13th.
Saturday, April the 13th at,
It's on our website here. Just one moment.
10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at Memorial Hall.
There you go.
thank you. Could you say that again? You guys' mics are all off, so the people can't hear that. So it's 10 till 2. So that's picking up momentum. One thing Actually, I'm going to jump here a little bit here. The Environmental and Age-Friendly Committee meetings, we had our first meeting in, I guess, years. The Environmental Committee is a new meeting. They were good committee meetings, and they were to set up our terms of reference and excuse me. And it's easy for people to sit around and just talk great ideas. I've heard all kinds, I've read great ideas. But until they turn into a motion, which turns into a resolution, which comes to council, and then gets actually some action done to it, that's all it is. It's words. So it's really important that we get that process in place. That was one of the 3 recommendations that both the committees recommended, and this council just approved. There was an additional each committee member was asking for a $5,000 budget allotment, and that would be used, for instance, both of these committees, I believe, are going to have tables at the wellness event. That's why I'm kind of combining it with the wellness event. And then that $5,000, they can use some of the funds for advertising or for help setting up the booth. So there's numerous different reasons that they can use the money. So again, council, yes, I believe that passed here today too as part of those recommendations. The age-friendly committee, very eager to get going on it. Some of the members here are already keeping our community services manager busy, and that's a pleasure to see that that relationship between the staff and the committee members as people learn, as we all learn our roles. I just sorry, yeah. We just wanted to thank our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Allen, for being the acting mayor. Well, I had a few weeks off. He had one of every meeting, closed meetings, open meetings, committee of the whole meetings, and a public open house meeting. So thank you, Councillor Allen, for that. Grants to groups. I have a note here on it, but I believe that's on our website, but that closed on March the 31st. I don't know if there's any extension on that time period, or if that's our Chief Administrative Officer.
If Christie's there, maybe you can speak to that.
Thank you,
Chrissy, go ahead.
Tyson. Yes, Mayor Wood, the deadline was March 31st, so all applications were due on that date. We have compiled them. However, next steps according to the grants to groups policy don't occur until after the budget is approved for the year. And the earliest that those payments will be able to be dispersed is after, I believe the date is July 3rd, but the policy is on the website if anyone wants to review that.
Thank you, Christy. I think I'm going to stop there. I think it's time for lunch. Did we want to stop for 12:03? Stop for a recess and come back at 1:03? So I move recess. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Allen. All in favor? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed? Passes unanimously. So we'll be back at 1:03. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. I call this recessed meeting of Wednesday, April the 3rd, 1:03 back to order. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously. I'm just going to go back to just finish off one last item here under reports from mayor. It's just correspondence that just came in here during the lunch break here. And it's good news. It's a letter from Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Kang. And it is a $10,000 grant for our water master plan. So I look forward to seeing this water master plan, and this is a great start, and thank you to the province. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is reports from staff.
So item A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the October 16th and 18th, 2023 regular council meeting, it was brought to staff's attention.
I'm going to, Ken, I'm going to put a stop there. Due to confidentiality, confidential reasons, I'm not going to allow you to speak here tonight. If council wishes to continue on with this, I can read the recommendation and council can continue, or we can move this to a different time. What's council's wish? Okay. So bear with me as I look for the recommendation. Can our corporate officer help me on what page? Is that 148? Yeah, but there's no recommendation.
If I could jump in,
Please.
if you turn to page 3 of the agenda face, the 2 recommendations are right there, under 12A.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I'm just going to read out the official community plan bylaw number 1184, 2022. Recommendations is that the official community plan bylaw number 1184, 2022 be reconsidered, amended, and read a third time, and that the official community plan bylaw 1184, 2022 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Vidal, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion. Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to register my opposition to the adoption of bylaw number 1184. I've tried to be involved in production of this bylaw from the start, long before I was a member of the council. And I'm afraid that my opinion of the bylaw hasn't changed in recent months. I believe that Harrison deserves a much better official community plan than that which is being presented to us. And it's so deficient in clear objectives, in accuracy as to mapping, in clarity of purpose and of direction, that I believe that even the current official community plan bylaw, which we have, and of which I am also critical, is better than this one. I look forward to the day when we get back to having real visionary official community plans on which to base all of our land use bylaws, zoning, etc. And to me, this plan is grossly deficient in providing the kind of vision and direction that is necessary for the staff, the investors, the community population, and everybody else involved. I just think that it's not up to a professional standard that will serve the community well in the future. I understand the political realities that I will be outvoted 3-1, but I would just want to strongly recommend the council not adopt bylaw number 1184 and do what the mayor has recommended and ask for another planner to give this an objective review to see if it's worth salvaging or if we should start afresh. I also feel that in light of the current provincial government with their 3 or 4 bills in which they have announced that they will take over to a large extent the land use planning for municipalities, particularly when it comes to residential housing, that most municipalities have pressed the pause button on all such planning and are waiting wisely to see what the province brings forth before deciding how that will affect their communities and how their own OCPs and zoning bylaws need to be affected. To me, it's a waste of time adopting this because it can all be thrown into a cocked hat if and when the NDP gets re-elected and enables and enacts their rather draconian land use bylaws in which they are taking control and telling us what densities we can and cannot have. So I'm strongly opposed to the adoption of bylaw number 1184 and its third reading, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, councilors? Seeing none, I have my same comment. I had to question whether I should rule this out of order. I believe it should be ruled out of order. Clearly, it doesn't meet the requirements under the Local Government Act, Section 473-3. I know Councillor Fidel was asking, I believe, when I saw some previous notes here, that it's her interpretation that it does. And the planner here in his report that we have received here, it has it's been highlighted it's on page 73 of the report, and it's highlighted in red. And that is that the Village of Harrison Hot Springs will strive to reduce community greenhouse gas emissions to 16% below 2020 levels by 2023. But where the issue is under the Local Government Act in Section 473-3, it says an official community plan must, which means it must be here. It must include targets for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in the area covered by the plan, and policies and actions of the local government proposed with respecting those targets. Now, there seems to be different views that, in fact, it does. Well, I believe that the planner has covered off the specific target, which he's identifying now as 16%. Where this number comes from, there's nothing to support this number in any which way. It's just a number that's drawn up. So what again is the word must, and it must have a plan and it must have the policies. Well, interesting enough, there's a public document which was done in July 26th of 2022. So it's just before this mayor and council of this term were formed. And this was I guess a requirement from the provincial government to the village. And here we're saying that we have plans and policies. The very first question on the plan says, does your local government or modern treaty nation have a climate action plan or strategy? The answer is no, but we're intending to undertake one in the next 2 years. So this was done by the community services manager. I believe she was also the deputy corporate officer of the time. And this document is also signed by our chief financial officer. And it's very clear in this document here that this is a requirement by the province of BC that this completed and signed version of this form will be publicly posted by September 30th, 2022. So this is a document that I tried to include in this agenda this morning, of which council didn't permit me to. It's an important document for the people to see. So here we're saying that we have a plan, yet I've been provided no such plan. And here I have an official document in front of me that clearly says, no, we don't have one, but we are planning to undertake one. The next big section under the same questionnaire is, what are the top 3 factors that are needed to increase the capacity to adapt and build the climate impacts and build community resilience? So The answer is increased funding, increased staff capacity, and political support and direction. Well, it's the mayor and the council that obviously are the political support. The direction starts with the mayor. So I am providing direction that we take climate change seriously. We have, there's so much controversy in the news, carbon tax. I don't want to get into that issue here, but I do follow the rule of law. And for us as a council to allow this to proceed, when in fact we have a document in front of us that says, no, we don't actually have a plan, but we're intending to. And I have seen no such documentation that says we do. So if this official community plan was to pass today, this could be very easily deemed to be an invalid official community plan, which does us no good as a village. I think it's our responsibility as council, mayor, council, to make sure that we don't put us in any liability issues. So I see no further discussion on this matter. I'm ready to call the question. I will read the motion out again. Bear with me here a sec.
Mr. Mayor,
Order, please. Yes, Councilor. I calling the question, Councilor. Your mic is off. So the question, the recommendation is that the official community plan bylaw 1184/2022 be reconsidered, amended, and read a third time, and, excuse me, that the official community plan bylaw 1184/2022 be adopted. So I've called the question. All in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes with the mayor and Councillor Allen opposed. Next item, bear with me a sec. Sorry. Is the report from the planning consultant dated March the 4th, 2024, that the zoning bylaw amendment 1193/2020. Can I ask our corporate officer to read that, please, the recommendation?
Did you just want the recommendation read out?
Do we need to read it all out?
Yeah, I can read the recommendation, not the report. Is that what you?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
just-
sure.
Just the recommendation, please.
All right, so the recommendation before council today is that zoning amendment bylaw number 1193/2023 be given third reading and adoption, subject to the following. A covenant being entered into to address the view corridor requirements, the voluntary offer for the building offsetting suggested setbacks, the proposed updated washroom building at Rendell Park and associated landscaping plans and maintenance requirements. A report outlining how this development will reduce its overall carbon imprint, the acceptance by council of the village's fire department review of the proposed planned interior structure concept to identify any potential fire safety risks associated with this proposed building, the payment of a $30,000 community amenity contribution, entering into a works and services agreement with the inclusion of the additions recommended in CTS's traffic and parking study, including the zebra crosswalk to be installed across Lillooet Avenue and the installation of both a shelter and bench at the new bus stop location. This agreement must also address the placement of sidewalks along both Spruce Street and Lillooet Avenue that the development abuts against. The developer entering into an agreement with the village on the volume and location of new public street trees. The developer entering into a tree retention agreement. A report prepared by a competent professional with at least 10 years of professional experience and accepted by the village that addresses the estimation on the demand to be generated by the proposed development for water and sewer services, and in case of any phase development by each phase of the development. An analysis of the existing community water system and existing community sewer system and outlining the options available for the supply and delivery of water and the provision of sewer services to the proposed development. The estimation of the amount of additional surface drainage that could be generated by the proposed development and the options available for on-site retention, absorption, collection, storage, and dispersal of such drainage. Identify, if applicable, the new capital works required for the proposed development for water, sewer, and the drainage systems and their cost and the potential funding sources for these expenditures. And I've just been advised by our CAO that that last item there, performing an environmental systems assessment, is not required.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Vidal, seconded by Counselor Jackson. Discussion? Counselor Allen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the edification of the public who may be watching on Zoom, we are talking about bylaw 1193, but what we're actually talking about is the proposed condominium development, which is planned by the developers for the old Bungalow Motel site just east of our boat launch ramp at the east end of the Esplanade in Harrison. I think the address is 500 Lillooet or 511 Lillooet. Anyway, it'd be much better if we let the public know what we're talking about instead of an obscure number. This development still concerns me greatly, Mr. Mayor. I have two primary concerns and a few smaller ones. My primary concern is that the developer continues to insist that it is not possible to excavate the site and to put the parking underground. And that is patently not the case. We have underground parking below street level in the next 3 apartment buildings along here, and we have it in the hotel opposite the post office. It is entirely possible and in fact desirable, in my opinion, that the off-street parking for such buildings be out of sight, out of mind, and below street level. So I totally reject any suggestion that it is impossible to put the parking for this building underground. It is technically possible. It will cost the developer a little bit more money to do so. But the trade-off is that the building itself can come down to the bylaw height limit. By the developer saving money and not excavating and preparing an underground parking lot, he can still build his building within our bylaw height limits. But instead of that, what he wants to do is to violate our bylaw height limits and to put the building higher in an equivalent amount to what it would be to excavate the site and put the parking underground or below street level. The planner at one point said it didn't matter about the height because this was at the end of the village. And it's not, it's a block away from the end of the village. All of our OCP discussion about height limits states that it's perfectly okay to have higher buildings at the perimeter of the village against the hillside where they're not blocking anybody else's view or sunlight. And that argument has been used in the case of the Harrison Hotel, in the case of the Yacht Harbor Towers, which was proposed for the east end of Lillooet. And it's a valid argument, but it doesn't apply in this case. This is not at the end or the perimeter or the edge of the village built-up area. It is in the center of the development area, at least 1,000 feet away, oh, maybe 1,000 meters away from the perimeter of the village. So to save him some money, instead of digging out and building an underground parking lot, he wants to raise the building to be much higher. And I think that that is a total misuse of any variation the council might have available to it when it comes to the height limitation. The height limitation is there for a purpose. It's a promise made to the community in our OCP and in our zoning bylaws. People expect the village council to enforce the bylaws fairly and equitably, and to give one developer a financial break by allowing him to build it higher so he doesn't have to provide the invisible parking, I think is completely wrong. So I'm opposed to the adoption of this zoning bylaw for that reason and for others. The second reason is that I know that the developer has produced a CTS company's traffic and parking study. I have read that study and I find that it is deficient in the extreme. What we have at that point is a provincial highway coming through the village, turning a corner from the straight line along Lillooet when it makes a dodge to the left, and going through a gradient change where it goes up a little bit of a hill. Alongside that, on the street coming from the boat launch ramp, we have a lot of boat traffic and we have a lot of pedestrian traffic. And that pedestrian traffic is mostly people coming from our residential areas to access the beach by crossing the highway at that point and coming into Rendell Park or the Lagoon Walkway. The CTS study does not start to address the problems at that corner, and they are multiple. The primary concern that I have as somebody who uses that road on a daily basis is the poor sight lines for pedestrians, particularly crossing from north to south, the speed of the traffic, which we can't do much about because it's a provincial highway, and the lack of provision of sidewalks. The sidewalks that are supposedly being provided from Rendell Park to Lillooet Avenue are, in my mind, completely inadequate. And even this little bit of sidewalk along Lillooet is way short of what is recommended in our various studies about the walkable community. So I think that we need to do a major study there. I think it's probably a junction that we need to plan in terms of using all of the land available to us. And I would point out that when you look from across to the south from the corner of this building, the lot alongside the church, which has an old white house on it, most of that lot belongs to the village of Harrison Hot Springs and is actually our roadway. Now, there's a tree or two in the middle of it, but we need to be planning that whole intersection and corner there and using all of the land that we have available to us, which is not just the existing streets, but also that triangle in front of the White House, and coming up with a good public safety plan, which might involve 2 separate crosswalks across Lillooet. And again, that is something that needs to be approved by the Ministry of Highways. The boat launch traffic coming out of there, towing boats for the most part, but all of the traffic coming along Esplanade to the east end, that needs to be addressed better than what it's addressed in the CTS report. So I just think that we're not doing the right thing by approving a building that is higher than the bylaw specs without a good, valid public interest reason for doing so. This is being done to save the developer money. And while that might be a concern for him and his bank and his financiers, it should not be any part of our consideration. Our job as councillors, in my opinion, is to fulfill the promises made to the public in our OCP and our zoning bylaw and stick to the bylaw. We should not be in the least concerned about the profit picture of any developer in the village. That is not our business. Our business is the public interest, and the public interest is clearly stated as having a height limit for all such buildings in that area, and that's what we ought to be doing. So again, I'm opposed to the bylaw for those 2 reasons. I'm happy that we're getting a few more trees saved than we were initially. That's good, but the building itself at this height, to my mind, is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to call the question. This is a long motion to read. Does council wish it read? No. Okay, so I'm ready to call the question. All in favor? Call the question, Councillor.
Okay.
All in favor? Opposed. Motion passes with Councillor Allen and the mayor opposed. Do we need to do anything? Do I need a motion to remove that last item on this corporate officer?
No, it was read out with that item struck through. So that would be the motion that council voted on.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure it's clear. So the next, excuse me, so the next item is item C, which is the reports of the operations manager dated March the 4th, 2024. I'm going to assume he's on Zoom.
Yeah, I believe Jace, you're up if you're there. Okay, I guess I'm wrong. He's not there. I'll read the report on his behalf. Just please give me a minute to get to it. Thank you for your patience. Purpose of this report is to provide an update to council regarding the replacement of the beach intake and water treatment plant generators project. In order to operate the village water system during a power outage, a generator is required at the beach intake and water treatment plant. Currently, the village has a trailer unit available for emergency standby power at the beach intake and generator at the water treatment plant that would be used to run both these operations in the event of a power outage. The need for these generators replacements and upgrades was first brought to council as part of the 2022 budget process. Approval for this budget was obtained through the adoption of both the 2022 to 2026 and the 2023 to 2027 financial bylaw number 1174 2022 and 1187 2023 respectively. It was anticipated that the cost of the project would exceed $50,000. Therefore, the village engaged a competitive tender process and issued a request for proposals on January 25th, 2024. The village received 4 proposals by the closing date of February 15th, 2024. In the RFP, the village requested quotes for the replacement of both generators. After reviewing the proposal, it was determined that the replacement both replacements would be cost prohibitive. As a result, the current plan is to replace the beach intake trailer unit generator and refurbish the water treatment plant generator. Refurbishing this generator will extend its lifespan and allow the village to budget for a replacement at a later date. As outlined in the village's purchasing and procurement policy 1.08, given that this project was included in the financial plan, staff has awarded the contract to Answer Power Systems, an Abbotsford-based electrical contracting company. A 60-week lead time is expected for the beach intake generator, resulting in a 2025 installation. Repairs to the water treatment plant generator will be completed in 2024. Financial considerations, the RFP submitted by Answer Power Systems quotes the project as a total cost of $95,300. Funding for this project will come from the village's water reserve. The policy considerations under the strategic plan priorities is organizational development to provide for the needs of a growing community and public safety to ensure and enhance public safety. Recommendation that the operations manager report March 4th, 2024 regarding the beach intake and water treatment plant generators contract award be received for information.
Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Passio, seconded by Councillor Bidell. Discussion? Councillor Allen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions for staff, I suppose. Under the background, it says, I'm trying to get rid of feedback here. Under the background, it says that currently the village has a trailer unit available for emergency standby power at the beach intake. I presume that's in the vicinity of the washrooms. In the event of a power outage, the need for these generator replacements and upgrades was first brought to council. So we have a mobile generator at the beach washrooms, is that correct? On wheels, on a trailer?
Through you, Mayor Wood. So there was a mobile unit that was installed at the beach washrooms during my employment, and it was determined that the weather was actually inhibiting it. So it was actually ruining it. So we had it removed, put the wheels back on it, and we have it at the village public works yard. So in the event of a power outage, it is deployed. The good thing about replacing the mobile unit with a permanent in-place unit is that then that will mean we have two mobile generator units that will be able to deal with lift stations and other critical infrastructure when the power does go out.
Thank you. These generators, what fuel do they use?
I do believe that they're diesel.
Okay. I'd just like to suggest that somebody should think about using propane for standby generators because liquid fuel, either diesel or gasoline, can go bad and clog up, whereas a propane system never does that. So the current wisdom for standby generators is to be sure that you don't have a fuel problem in the event of emergency is to use propane instead of diesel or gasoline. I just like that to be a consideration. Second thing is the one at the treatment plant, I think was a CAT unit, and it can't be more than about 10 years old. And I wondered how many hours might be on it, because generally with these things, you fire them up once a month for an hour. And so over 10 years, you could have 30 or 40 or maybe 100 hours on it. What is the design life of generators and why with such a low mileage do they have to be replaced?
I unfortunately, Councillor Allen, I don't have that answer. It was the recommendation of staff due to the, I believe there's some significant upgrades that's required to it. So I don't have the exact running hours, but I do know that there is a maintenance schedule to speak to your concern regarding diesel.
So the generator at the treatment plant, I think costs us $100,000 when we put it in. What are we doing with the one that we're taking out that costs us $100,000? Are we getting some kind of cost recovery from selling it, or are we intending to use it somewhere?
I think you misunderstand the intent here, Councillor Allen. We're refurbishing the one at the water treatment plant, and we're adding one at to the water, the intake.
Okay, so we're not disposing of any generators, we're keeping them all, and okay, thank you, that helps.
Any further discussion? Councillor Vidal. Still not on there.
Thank you. Through you to our CAO. I just have a question about refurbishing the water treatment plant generator. The report indicates that it will extend its lifespan and allow the village to budget for replacement at a later time. Two questions. Do we have any idea by refurbishing the generator how long it will extend the lifespan? And if we have any idea of the cost for replacing that one? And the reason I ask is for consideration possibly in the next couple of years' budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Wood. I don't have the exact timeline it's going to extend it. My assumption is with this work is that, and I can advise council through email once I find out this information, is it'll extend the life long enough in order for us to be able to save for an upgrade. The initial thought back when we started this venture in 2022 is that they would cost roughly between $50,000 and $60,000. Well, that has significantly changed with demand and inflation. So I would say that we want to budget anywhere from 75 to 100,000, looking at the estimate we have right now for a new install and upgrading the existing one.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Counselor? Counselor Vidal, you're done? Thank you. Counselor Facio, no? Okay, I just make a few comments on it. Emergency generators are a great thing to have, so it's a great project, refurbished. I can see the refurbishment of it, as a licensed, mechanic, specifically on gensets. I think it's a good option for us to do. I'm pleased to see it all. I just have one question. I don't know if staff can answer it, but my concern is at the actual beach intake. There's a pad that's, I believe, there with a chain link fence around it. Is that the actual spot where this generator is supposed to go?
That is where the old one was. I do believe it'll have to be expanded if it's going to be in that location at all. I don't know if we have an exact location. All we're doing is, like it said, it's a 60-week wait time, so we have some time to plan for installation.
So my only concern of that is with flooding, and that's the elevation of that pad. That pad would seem to me to be way too low, and as an emergency generator, it wouldn't be much use to us if it's underwater. I realize the diesel tank is on the bottom, which gives a little bit of leeway, but hopefully it's not enough to float the generator up. So I would just ask staff just to be conscious that if we do put it at that location, we may have to move it up on the top somewhere or a different location, but I would hope that we would put it above the floodplain elevation. Any further discussion on this? Seeing Councillor Allen.
Just for
Just
clarification,
quickly, sir, because you've already, Councillor, you've already spoken. Thank you, Councillor. Ready to call the question, I'll read the recommendation, sorry, that the operations manager report dated March 4th, 2024 regarding the beach intake, and water treatment plant generators contract award be received for information. So I call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed? Passes unanimously. The next item is item D. I guess to our Chief Administrative Officer, is that yours?
Yes, it is.
Page
Thank you, Mayor Wood.
155.
This is a request from, for approval from mayor and council to add the Ministry of Transportation to the Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Planning Committee. The Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Planning Committee recommends that each respective council, the District of Kent, the Village of Harris Hot Springs, consider approving the addition of the representative or of a representative from MOTI to be invited to be part of the KHJEC-PC. During the January 31st, 2024 meeting, it was identified that Highway 1 was recently closed at MOTI due to an issue on the highway. However, there was no advance communications received by the impacted communities. During the November 2021 atmospheric river, many local communities expressed concern regarding the lack of communication from MOTI when Highway 7 became the only transportation route from the lower mainland to the interior of BC. As a result, the Let's Mott community members have been working with MOTI to create a traffic management plan for Highway 7 and Highway 9 that includes advanced communications to stakeholders prior to the closure of Highway 1. These discussions have been paused due to MOTI staff turnover. Communities adjacent to Highway 7 and Highway 9 have experienced significant impacts when Highway 1 is closed due to or without a TMP. It would be beneficial for MOTI and or their maintenance contractor to attend the quarterly meetings. Attached to this report is a copy of a memorandum prepared by the Director of Corporate Services for the District of Kent with further details. The village will be hosting the next meeting April 17th, 2024. There are no financial considerations associated with this project. Policy considerations is public safety to ensure enhanced public safety. Recommendation in front of council this afternoon is that mayor and council for the village of Harrison Hot Springs approve the appointment of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure to the Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Program Committee.
Just one sec, Counselor. Just to add to that, Counselor Vidal and I were at the meeting where this discussion came up. And I had an opportunity to actually ask the Ministry of Transportation how they felt about the contributing to the committee. It's nice that we would like them, but they may not be interested in it. And I think they expressed that they would like to be part of this committee too. So I think that's an important part of it. Sorry, Council. No, so Council. So we're
Move recommendation, Mayor Wood.
moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Vidal. Discussion on this, Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mayor Wood. Well, I think that's probably a good idea. My problem with it is that we see such a large staff turnover at the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure Office in Chilliwack that there is always a distinct lack of continuity. So who they send, and if they send a different person every time, the value of somebody being on there from highways is going to be very poor. I'm glad that this issue is being discussed because I recall when Highway 7 was being rebuilt between Agassiz and Hope, the presentation made to myself and Mayor Mike Dunn of Kent was that Highway 1 in the vicinity of Hunter Creek Bluffs was expected to suffer a severe collapse of the cliff and hillside, which could close Highway 1 all the way to the Fraser River for 6 months or a year. And in that case, Highway 7 would be the only access out of the Fraser Valley to the interior. And that's why they were upgrading Highway 7. Unfortunately, in the intervening period, they have not followed through with that. They have not helped to increase the capacity of Highway 7 in any significant way. And in fact, by the installation of the tiny, useless little residential roundabout at Popcom, have created a major roadblock and obstruction to that traffic flow. So unless they do something with that particular roundabout, and I would suggest it needs to be doubled or tripled in size with bypass lanes for some of the local traffic, there's no point in doing anything else. The Agassiz Bridge is another problem that hasn't been addressed. So while it's okay to have these people on the committee, there's not much that they can do to help things along when Highway 1 gets closed again. And the closures are now happening 2 or 3 times a year on the stretch between Popcom and Hope. The bigger problem, I think, here is that the suggestion is that they would deploy people, flagmen, to help to regulate traffic. I don't see that as being beneficial at all. I think the traffic has a great way of finding its way around obstructions and getting there. And anytime you start putting in people with flags and uniforms telling drivers what to do and what not to do, in my experience, it obstructs the flow and doesn't help it. So I would hate to see an army of people in yellow vests with stop signs deployed to Highway 7 in the event that it's used for a detour. The real problem is a Popcom roundabout, and the secondary problems are, I think, the Agassiz Bridge and any other choke point. So by all means, have them on the committee. But if you do have them in the committee, you need to talk to them about the Popcom roundabout at every meeting. I also think that it's foolish to have this committee meeting at all when it does not include the one person who has the actual authority to act for the village of Harrison Hot Springs, declare an emergency and do other things, and that is our mayor. So if the committee is to be expanded, I'd like to see it expanded, but it should be included it should be expanded to include the mayor of the village of Harrison Hot Springs in preference to anybody from MOTI. Thank you.
Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. As you indicated and stated earlier, this morning, the issue that I brought up at our recent C2C, Let's Not C2C meeting. And it was an opportunity to explain to the C2C Council and MOTI members that were there that we need to not only take concerns about Highway 7, Highway 9, Highway 1, the Popkin Roundabout, or the Agassiz Rosedale Bridge. It was important, and it continues to be important, to raise the issue that as of currently, this village only has one way in and one way out. So any discussions involving MOTI must include traffic, and the developed traffic management plan must include consideration for Harrison and for people to leave Harrison should it be necessary. I fully support having MOTI representatives sitting on the Joint Emergency Planning Committee, because it then gives us another opportunity to raise those concerns and request that MOTI work with the committee as a whole. And I will continue to emphasize that the village of Harrison Hot Springs must be included in any development of a traffic management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Facio.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Just quick couple of words here. Many years ago, when this committee was formed, we never had MLAs or the MP and we've included them over the years because of the resources, as you mentioned earlier on about your conversation with Brad Viss, and it's good. You probably picked up a lot of info from him. So I believe this is any resources you can have on that sort of committee is a great help, especially with highways. Because I mean, we're surrounded by highways, so I fully support this, and it's always good to have these people with the resources joining those committees. How many times they'll turn up, who knows? But I believe it's a good move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Did you have anything? Just make one final comment on it. I mean, I realize that the committee, I mean, and I don't know, but I believe it's anywhere now between 30 and 40 different members. So I dropped in on one. When you see 30 or 40 members trying to discuss some of the issues, I think sometimes the message of our little village gets lost. And I think it's very important that we be much more vocal at these meetings. And it's important that the village's concerns be part of it. Again, when you get up to 40 people into a meeting here, the conversation goes all over the page. I look forward to I believe there's 2 bylaws that we're waiting to come back to council, which have to do with the Joint Emergency Program Committee, and that maybe I could just ask staff if they can update that.
Yeah, that's in the works. Thank you.
So this would all form part of it. I mean, I'm all for the Ministry of Transportation on it here, but I also believe in structure. And if we're all going to sit around in a room here, I just want to be able to get something achieved out of it. So I'm going to call I'll read the recommendation that the mayor and council for the village of Harrison Hot Springs approve the appointment of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure to the Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Program Committee. So I call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed? Passes unanimously. And the next Sorry. Next one here is item E, which is the report of the Chief Administrative Officer dated March 4th, 2024 regarding regularly scheduled closed meetings. So I'm going to rule this one. I'm really disappointed to see this on the agenda here. As I'm going to call it out of order, as it doesn't comply with sections 92-A-B of the Community Charter, 126-1 of the Community Charter, 125-4 of the Community Charter, 124-3 of the Community Charter, and it also contravenes our council procedural bylaw 9-B. That's 5 major, I mean, those are enough rules of law here under the Community Charter, which state that the mayor calls the meetings. A closed meeting has to be called in an open meeting of council. If it's not a regular meeting of council, which are our scheduled meetings, then it is a special meeting of council. It is the mayor that calls these meetings. I have no idea why this keeps coming around and around. I'm going to assume that this probably came out of a closed meeting that I wasn't in attendance in. If this discussion is happening in a closed meeting, I have no idea why this discussion would be happening in a closed meeting, and I would sure like to know the reason why it was being discussed in a closed meeting. So this here, some of the support behind it was that it's hard for staff to get council to all agree on special meetings, closed meetings. It is very simple at the end of a regular council meeting after question period to move into a closed meeting. And nothing has to be done other than going into a closed meeting. Starting off a meeting in an hour early in a closed meeting, which could be 5 minutes, which means we have to hang around for an hour here. Closed meetings can be very contentious. Closed meetings can be, there's a lot of emotions that can come out of it. To have all that again before a set period of time of 7 o'clock, which is our council procedural bylaw for regular meetings of council, is I think it makes it very difficult for the chair. I have a lot of things on my mind just to run the regular meeting, so I don't need that extra burden put on me. And it also makes it that we have a limited of 1 hour before the meeting to get it done. So again, I'm really disappointed to see this here, and I hope it disappears. So I'm going to move on to the next item here, which is item F, which is our community services manager. Is she still online for this?
She's actually in a conference right now. I'll read that on her behalf.
I'll just take this one here. I think this is an easy one here. So I'm not going to read out the report. The report's there. I'm just going to read out the recommendation. So the recommendation is that the community services manager report dated March 4th, 2024 regarding wind data update be received for information. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any discussion on this? Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm feeding back here.
Sorry about that.
Item 12F, the attachment, which is this little map. I think everybody got the little map. It contains an email from Matthew McDonald from BC Forestry. I'd draw your attention to the second paragraph. And if you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines, it says, while the winds at Harrison may be different from these sites, wind direction does not affect the fire weather indices nor the fire danger rating. I would like to take issue with that statement. I think it's completely bogus. Anybody that I have talked to about wildfires has said very clearly that wind speed, wind direction are the 2 major factors affecting the spread of a fire. And here we have somebody from forestry saying it doesn't matter. To my mind, this calls into question the credibility of the Ministry of Forests to make such a ridiculous statement. the weather stations that were quoted in the Blackwell report in 2017 that have rendered that complete report to be a nonsense were the weather data that he used was shown on this little map, and it's the Hague Camp at Hope. So the Hague Camp at Hope is located just past the weigh scales. If you go up Highway 7 to Hope, before you go up the Fraser Canyon, the heliport is on the left-hand side, and that is the Hague Station. So in that particular location, Mr. Mayor, the wind pattern is very predictable, and it's what we call a hyperbaric wind pattern, and it's created by a cold area and a hot area. And on a summer afternoon, the hot air in the hot area moves into the cold area. We experience that in Harrison Hot Springs. When the sun's shining on the Fraser Valley, it gets hot and the air starts to blow through the village and into the cold vacuum caused by Harrison Lake. That is very predictable. And that is why we have a prevailing south to north wind in Harrison every warm, sunny day in Harrison. It starts at noon, it blows to 5 or 6 o'clock and settles down. In the Hague Station at Hope, past the weigh scales, you have a similar situation because you have the heat of the Fraser Canyon and the cool, relative cool of the Fraser Valley. So they do have the same hyperbaric wind pattern, except because the Fraser Canyon is hot and the valley is cool, it blows in the opposite direction. So in the afternoon at Hague Station, you can expect the wind to be blowing from the Fraser Canyon down into Hope and down the Fraser Valley, which is exactly the reverse of Harrison Hot Springs. So by selecting the Hope Station, perhaps inadvertently, Mr. Blackwell has selected a weather station that shares the same basic weather pattern, but in the exact reverse. So I think that ought to have been recognized by somebody being paid as much as he was for that report, and it wasn't recognized. And it's what makes the 2017 Blackwell report completely useless and in fact dangerously misleading. So I would just like to register that I take issue with this statement made by Matthew McDonald, whoever he is, and I'd like to state that in the assessment of all people associated with fire control and fire risk, wind is the most important factor for the spread of fires. And it is not, as he says, wind direction does not affect the weather indices nor the fire danger rating. It is the main effect. And that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? Ready to call? Oh, sorry, Councillor Passy.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. First of all, I'd like to thank Christy Evans coming back with this report after council, after those questions that came about the Blackwell report. I'd like to note that the part that Mr. Allen has left out at the bottom of page 175, worth noting is that when it comes to forecasting for actual fires, we deploy temporary weather stations to ensure the local effects pertaining to the fire are well captured. We use data from both permanent and temporary stations to forecast the weather and anticipated fire behavior specific to the site. Rest assured, if there's a fire affecting Harrison, we'll make sure to have representative weather observation for accurate forecasting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Ready to call the question? I'll read it out, sorry. That the Community Services Managers Report dated March 4th, 2024 regarding wind data, update be received for information. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with Councillor Allen opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is bylaws, and item A is sign amendment bylaw number 1199/2024.
So I'm not going to read that out, so I'm just going to recommendation that the sign amendment bylaw number 1199/2024 be be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Vidal, seconded by Counselor Jackson. Discussion on this? Counselor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I don't know why we're talking about election signs when we're only halfway through this 4-year term. Maybe somebody's anticipating a by-election. So I'm very much opposed to this bylaw. What it does is it removes the opportunity for new candidates to get their name out in front of the public during an election. It provides an unfair advantage, in my opinion, to the incumbent and sitting candidates who already have good name recognition. And it severely limits where you can put an election sign for a candidate anywhere in the village of Harrison Hot Springs. In my opinion, the perfect place for such signs is on publicly owned village property, which is by definition not privately owned, communal property, and the place where we should be celebrating our democracy and being allowed to put our lawn signs, because we are the village and we're running an election, and we should be making it as easy as possible for candidates to get their name out there and to get the name recognition that matters during an election. So I see this as a very backward and regressive step. It steps into the area of censorship and political control of the democratic process. And I'm thoroughly opposed to adopting this particular sign bylaw, because I do not believe that it in any way enhances the election process. And in fact, I believe it would discourage candidates from being elected. The election signs go up for a couple of weeks at most, maybe 3 weeks. They're done within 5 days of the election being over. Most of them are done the same day or the next day. It's not a big deal, but it's important for democracy that people know there's an election and know who the candidates are. And we should be encouraging people to participate, not discouraging them. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Through you to a corporate officer, I don't believe that this bylaw isn't in anticipation of another by-election. I believe this came forward because at the last election, there was a discrepancy and confusion between the sign bylaw and I believe another bylaw with specific to elections. If you could maybe clarify that, thank you.
I'm actually going to answer that, Counselor Vidal. The corporate officer wasn't here at the time, but that's exactly what this is from. This was from Inauguration Day. And this was just to clarify the confusion of the last election. General.
Thank you, Mayor Wood.
You're welcome. Did that answer your question? You're welcome. Any further discussion on this? Gonna ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with just Counselor Allen opposed. The next the next item is the public notice bylaw number 1200/2024. The recommendation is that the public notice bylaw number 1200/2024 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Allen, seconded by Counselor Jackson. Any discussion on this one? Ready to call Counselor Allen?
Sorry, I was a little slow to hit the button.
You almost lost it.
It's like one of those game shows where you have to be quick. I'd just like to note, Mr. Mayor, that this is very timely. We have relied for communication within the village of Harrison Hot Springs on our locally based newspaper, usually based out of Agassiz, the Agassiz Observer, the Agassiz Advance, papers like that. Black Press that owns the current Observer has recently gone through bankruptcy and been restructured and is now owned, I believe, by an American hedge fund or something. And there's some doubt as to whether those investors will carry on providing funding for small community newspapers in BC, and quite a bit of concern about their disappearance. I would note that already we have seen some of this in that the Agassiz Harrison Observer has moved out of its offices in Agassiz and is no longer present in the community, and will in future be phoning it in from home, which is probably the publisher's office in Chilliwack or Abbotsford. And we have lost we've lost at least the physical presence of the local newspaper in our neighboring community, and we may lose it entirely. So I think it's very timely that we make some contingency plans as to how we communicate within the community. In the absence of any effective communication, the Facebook pages which council wishes to shut down are in effect a very useful tool. So I think that council needs to be prepared to do something to replace the local newspaper if in fact we lose the Agassiz Harrison Observer completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? I just want to say that I received a one-page piece of paper folded nicely in my mailbox. It was used both sides. The backside was informing the public of the water flushing that was happening. Honestly, I can't remember what the other side was. Wasn't even in an envelope. Staff didn't have to waste time to do that. I just thought it was a fantastic idea. It looks great. Commend anyone that whoever came up with the idea. I think it's good. So ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody's opposed. Passes unanimously. The next item here is the report from the Chief Financial Officer, and let him take that.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I'm here today to provide council with public feedback received and request that the 2024 to 2028 financial plan bylaw be given second and third reading. So we originally introduced the draft financial plan to council at a special meeting on February 20th. Council subsequently gave the plan first reading on March 11th, and then a public open house was held on March 26th. The financial plan was presented to the public both in person at Memorial Hall here and virtually on Zoom. Public feedback was collected throughout this process and is being shared with council today. Pursuant to the community charter, council must adopt annually a 5-year financial plan, and council must undertake a process of public consultation regarding this proposed financial plan. Accordingly, I would like to advise council of the public feedback that we've received throughout this process. The first one we've actually touched on today. So was that council allocate a budget of $5,000 to the age-friendly committee for the 2024 budget year. And there's also one that's not listed here. That was to allocate a budget of $5,000 for the environmental committee. So we can go ahead and add amendments to the financial plan for those. Additional feedback received was that council consider implementing a pay parking system for residents where an annual permit can be purchased. That $147,000 of additional funding be added to the already budgeted $30,000 for the deployment of a detection interface fire system in the East Sector Forest. So we received 3 responses for that. Next was that council allocate funds for the purchase and deployment of a detection interface fire system. We received 8 separate responses for that. Next was that council allocate additional funds to the budget for fire prevention. And finally, that council allocate funds to hire a forest management specialist. So typically what we do is council, if they wish, can open the floor one last time here in person and on Zoom for additional public feedback at this time.
Is there anybody, did you want to start that process? To start with Zoom?
If anyone on Zoom has any additional feedback, please use the raise your hand feature. Doesn't appear to be. If there's anybody in person, please come up to the podium.
Thank you, through the mayor, to the council and to Scott, who since really deserves the award for the honoring of Harrison in the reporting. Not just the reporting, but the tracking and the preparation. I appreciate that considerably, and I'm sure everybody else in the village does. So Mayor, I was unable to make the other open meeting, and I have previously indicated my concern about one particular item. I have several questions, but I'm going to limit it to two main concerns. The first has to do with the money that must be tied up in the grant section, the 5 million or so for the dike system. You already know my position on the dike. I've indicated that. I am totally opposed to the proposal on two grounds. One, if our intention is to protect the village from a disaster, you're not going to achieve that by creating another disaster. And the proposal for that dike is going to remove the reason why Harrison is so popular with people, and that is the inability to see the lake and the shoreline in the distance if you're walking or driving or however you want along Esplanade. I did attend an open meeting when the people doing this proposal, and keep in mind that the people doing the proposal, naturally, they want to do it. But I found that their answers to me about what is the real threat to Harrison from a flood, I did not get a good answer from any of them. They were not believable. And to move it to what I understood now to be a 750-year event, the possibility of that happening, especially now, because at the time this was planned, nobody realized the effect of climate change on our lake and the surrounds. So I think that just because there's a grant has already been approved for this, don't let that money burn a hole in your pocket. They feel that you have to spend it, and you can only spend it on a dike, so let's build the dike. That will be the death knell for the tourism and the businesses and the people along Esplanade and the lake. If it means losing the $5 million, that's a small investment compared to the hit on our economy over the years. And if you really think that the threat for flooding is significant from that direction, and based on some 1948 statistics that have since been pushed aside because of the changes between here and the river, if you think that that's going to work, I'd like you to think again. It's better to lose that money unless we can turn it to something to help with the lagoon and other things. There are things we can do to beef up the thing, but we don't have to destroy the raison d'etre of Harrison Lake to this village. I can't say it any stronger. I feel very strongly. And I did survey a lot of the businesses along the lake. They didn't even know this was going to happen, most of them, because they run the business, but they don't necessarily live in Harrison. And when they found out, they are upset, and understandably so. And you've had businesses already approach you and tell you how they are opposed to this. We've seen enough, as I said, it's like I don't want to get, I was going to use the climate change thing that Trudeau is forcing on us and costing us money, and we're not affecting it at all for us. So I won't say that. But I will leave that issue, but I believe strongly, and I'll tell you, I'm not the only one who feels that way. So don't destroy why we are here for the sake of preventing something that is so remote. It's not likely to happen. Secondly, and I know this is a budget item for SenseNet, I can be convinced that spending money on a sense system through there can be a good idea. But before you go headlong into getting this thing going, there are some questions. And those questions, because I've seen this grow from 50 to 61 to this to 150,000. And that's a deal. There's an annual maintenance fee, 50,000, I think it was. I don't know what the amount, but there is a cost of putting it in place
30,000.
in the first place. And then, so you've got to watch that. What is the range of these sensors? What are the very likely ignition items that might occur in that whole area? Maybe down to the south end where people from out of town come and maybe toss a cigarette butt. But I frequently walk along McCombs, and I don't think I've seen a cigarette butt for who knows how long. I just haven't seen it. Lightning will happen up the hill probably. And if it does happen on the ground within the forest area, we don't need a sensor to tell us it happened. So I think that we need to approach this carefully. The costs have escalated. If the price they've quoted is 50% discount, then they'll be lucky to get anybody taking it after that, because can you imagine spending twice that amount for Harrison if we had to? I think the other thing, to compare what we have here with the showcase one that they now have up in Vernon, the geographical area around Predator Ridge is so different from what we are in Harrison that whatever happens to help them isn't likely to be able to be replicated here in Harrison. So in my home, my smoke detector does not stop fires. I think when I hear the comments and read the comments, the superlatives in Mr. Buchanan's proposals and everything for this have led people to believe that somehow these sensors are going to stop the fire. They will let us know what's going to be there. And I looked at it the other day and I thought, what if it happened in the middle of, say, where I am on Schooner, right in the forest area? How would you get anybody in there with a hose? You can't even climb through there right now. It's so bad. So on that score, if we really want an interface protection, as I said, there may be good reasons for having this, but it's something that requires a little bit more investigation and assurance that this is exactly what we need to stop that. One of the early visitors that Mr. Buchanan invited to us and had a meeting, I think he was from Cranbrookers, I can't remember. But the one thing he said that I remembered is that if you can create a treated portion of the forest, the interface forest, if you can create, I think it was 20 meters? I don't know. We don't have to treat the whole east sector. We only need enough from McCombs in treated because he said, and I remember his comments, that when the fire moves down, it reaches that point and it stops. It doesn't even have to get to McCombs. And we don't have to treat the whole forest sector, east sector, but we have to, whatever that distance is from McCombs inland, that's a far more possible way of treating it than what's proposed now. So there's a lot of money tied up here, folks. We've got a precious village to protect. And one, as I said, I can be convinced on the sensors, but there's some questions I still have. But on the other one, I have no question. It's wrong, wrong, wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public? Do we want to do another check on Zoom?
One more call on Zoom. If you have any feedback on the financial plan, use the raise your hand button. Doesn't appear that there's any further feedback. So at this point, I would invite council to consider the feedback received, and then if there are any amendments, we can amend the resolution.
So the recommendation is that the 2024-2028 financial plan bylaw number 1202-2024 be given second and third reading. So there's still final reading. Right? Sorry, I interrupted you there. So moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion on this.
Mayor,
Councillor Facio.
thank you. I would like to put forward a recommendation to in regards to the Fire Smart that $70,000 from reserves, and I believe we have $30,000 already allocated for remedial cleanup on McCombs for a larger buffer zone, the Spirit Trail and Firehall Park. Extra signage on McCombs, no parking signs. There are signs, but they're only at the intersections. Staff to contact owner of the private acreage behind Cottonwood Avenue to create a buffer zone. Staff to come back with an action plan in regards to the sensors or alternative measures, costs and yearly costs. And if this will create an extra tax, or does it have to go through an alternative approval process from the residents? That's my recommendation.
Sorry, Councillor, was that a motion? that
Yes,
you were
sir.
putting out?
Did
To our
you-
corporate officers,
Did you
did
capture all
you
that?
catch all that?
I can read out what I have and then perhaps we can work together to ensure that I've got the correct. I was writing very aggressively.
It's difficult to do.
That $70,000 from reserves be allotted for remedial cleanup on McCombs Drive, Spirit Trail and Firehall Park. And for extra signage on McCombs for no parking. That staff be directed to contact the owner of the private acreage that Cottonwood Avenue backs onto to create a larger buffer zone. And the last thing I have here is that there's an action plan for sensors or alternative measures and costs associated.
Yeah. Cost associated, and if this will create an extra tax, or does it have to go through an alternative approval process? And the $70,000 to be combined with the $30,000 already allocated. Thank you.
It's just a question for our corporate officer. So there was already a motion on the table to adopt that the 2024, I'm not going to read it out. Councillor Facio's motion is very intense. How would the corporate officer suggest that we do this here? I can see if there was go ahead.
I think that the only real, there was a lot of recommendations in there for staff action that don't necessarily have any, and Scott can jump in if I'm wrong, but don't necessarily have any monetary change to the financial plan at this time, other than really what stands out as the $70,000 from reserves would be the amendment to the financial plan at this time. And the other stuff that was included in that motion could come separately outside of adopting the financial plan.
So then the motion on the table is an amendment to include can you help me on that again? The 30,000.
I would say the motion on the table would be that the original motion be amended, or that the financial plan be amended by allocating $70,000 from reserves for remedial cleanup on McCombs Drive, Spirit Trail, and Fire Hall Park.
Okay, so that was moved by Councillor Facio. So do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Vidal. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Vidal, and then Councillor Jack, or Councillor Allen. Councillor Vidal, please.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Garneau for addressing council. I do tend to agree with him. And before we move forward on any censoring, I'm not saying we should hold off, but as I said earlier today, it's unfortunate that we didn't have the opportunity for Mr. Buchanan and representatives from the Sundance to appear here today, because I had quite a few questions that I wanted to ask them. I'm also very much in favor of Councillor Facio's amendment and motion. It is something that we can do quite quickly. Providing that buffer area, or in perhaps some more technical terms, a fire break area, I think would be extremely beneficial, and something that could be done relatively quickly while we perhaps look into a censoring system of some kind. I don't feel that I have enough information regarding a censoring program or company to make any kind of a decision. And I'm not saying that I'm against it, but I believe let's do what we can do relatively quickly to minimize some of the risk. We'll never be able to eliminate all of the risk, but I certainly support Mr. Garneau's opinion, and also support Mayor Facio's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Point of clarification, first of all, are we talking now about having 100,000 allocated for fuel removal? 30 plus an extra 70. Okay, so it's an additional 70. Thank you. Well, I'm delighted, having been advocating this exact course of action for some time, that it has now come to council and is before council for approval to allocate $100,000 to reduction of the risk, at least, of a forest fire by removing some of the accumulated fuel in our land that we own in the village of Harrison Hot Springs. I think it's important to note that when it comes to village-owned land like Fire Hall Park, it's our land, we own it, we can do whatever we want with it essentially. As far as Macomb Drive is concerned, we really only have that control over the 77 acres or 78 acres that lies between roughly Chestnut Avenue and Ming Crescent. The rest of the frontage is either privately owned in the north half up to the back of Cottonwood Avenue, or provincial crown land south of Ming to McPherson Drive. So we have that one area that we can go into and do our due diligence as landowners, and the $100,000 will do something in terms of removing the worst of the fuel debris close to the pathway and Macomb Drive. And it will not deal with the issue of an ember storm blowing over the tops of the trees and on up into the village, but it will at least give us a better look at the forested area and allow us to be able to spot if a fire happens in there, and it could happen anytime. The question about putting in the SenseNet system or a similar system as a fire alarm system still needs to be dealt with, and I'd still suggest we have a special meeting to deal with that. And for the edification of Mr. Garneau, who I hope can hear me in the corner, the company has provided us with 3 levels of coverage. The first one costing us $73,000 with free monitoring for year 1 and $38,000 cost for year 2. And then there are 2 higher levels of coverage with more sensors. And I'd be happy to make this document available to you. You obviously haven't had the benefit of seeing it yet, and I just got it. So I'm very much in favor of the resolution, Mr. Mayor, particularly if we can move quickly and clean up the obvious fire hazards of accumulated debris in Fire Hall Park and along Macomb Drive in our own land that we own. I would also suggest that we should add a little bit of parkland that lies across Hot Springs Road from the fire hall, is just to the south towards the Rainbow's End campground. There's a little bit of fuel in there that would take a man in a truck 2 hours to clear, and we might as well do them all while we're doing them. So I'd like to suggest that be added to the cleanup effort. So I'm in favor of the motion to amend the financial report, the financial plan bylaw, by adding the $70,000 additional dollars. If it does something to mitigate the risk, it's not going to eliminate it, but at least it'll be some tangible effort that we will have taken care of. While we're doing that in the region of Macomb Drive, I think it would be worthwhile doing a time and motion study on the clearance to see how much time and effort it takes to clear a fixed area, perhaps a half acre, and what it costs us to collect that in machinery and man hours and disposal, just so we can extrapolate that and scale it out to talk about the total 400 acres and estimate the cost of an overall cleanup. So that being said, I'm in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, any comment, discussion on that? Okay, so this is on the amendment, which is to add the additional $70,000. And I will call the question on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. So we're back to the main motion there and further discussion on that. I think Councillor Facio was complete. Councillor Vidal, did you have anything on the main motion that you? Nothing by Councillor Vidal. Councillor Jackson, anything on the, and Councillor Allen?
Nope.
Okay, so now it's my turn. I guess I would like to see money in this budget for the fire department. During the I guess the public open house, I'm gonna call it the boat launch, development project. The fire department, had put 2 letters out from the fire chief, stating that, they are interior, or they are exterior, that they are not interior firefighters. And they are not allowed to go in basically any building that's higher than a 3-story house. Well, we have the staff, I believe, and I was hoping he would be here. I think there's about 90% of the staff of the volunteer firefighters that have the qualifications. They've been working hard at it recently. They're just motivated at it, but for some reason, have not got to the step that they're able to actually go in and help interior, if there's an interior concern. I mean, that to me is just, it's shocking. I mean, so we have all of these condos that the firemen have to stand outside and watch. They've got the training, but is it the equipment that they don't have? I don't know what they don't have, but I do know that the fire chief said that they needed more money in the budget. What he didn't say was how much money does he need in the budget? So I have no idea what to put in here, but I think it's really important that the fire department have some sort of a financial number. I would hope maybe even for final reading that they can come back, yes, just to our chief administrative officer.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Just a point of clarification, a couple of things there. There's some funding that have been allocated through the FireSmart funding that we've received to train our the fire department for wildfire. I can report that the majority of, as you stated, the majority of the department is trained for interior. I have been working with the fire department and the Office of the Fire Commissioner to move them to the next step. So that'll be coming to council here in the coming weeks.
Thank you. That's good news, and the sooner the better. I mean, this is the budget process. This is the time, and I think it's crucial here that the fire department has the budget that they're necessary here, and if that means a fire truck, ladder truck for future, these are huge financial implications, and we need to know what they are. So I really want to hear back from that before we come to the 4th reading. I want to see some monies in there for it. That's a big concern to public health and safety of this of the residents of the village, for anybody that's in a building that's higher than a 3-story building, and there's a lot that needs to be a huge priority in there. I do have another motion that I'm going to make after we do this final motion here. So I'm not going to make a motion, an amendment there for the fire department, but just a note to staff for what I said. And I think we've all gone around the table on this one here, so I will read the recommendation out again, that the 2024-2028 financial plan bylaw number 1202, 2024 be given 2nd and 3rd reading. Ready to call the question? All in
Opposed.
favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And I want to make a subsequent motion to that. There was an item here and I didn't see it on our chief financial officer's report here. Actually, I thought I saw it on here, and maybe it's here and I just can't see it. But there seemed to be some concerns over our legal expenses. And I don't like quoting numbers, but it went something like from 25,000 to 85,000. Don't quote me on those numbers. And I think that's it's a good question. People want to know, how did it go up that kind of money? What was the money spent on? And what are we going to have to spend in the future years? I heard when I watched the video of the budget process there, I heard Councillor Facio and Councillor Allen both agree that we need more money in that budget. And I think it's very important that the public have the opportunity to know what these legal expenses are. So I'm going to move that council release to the public the all legal invoices from November the 1st of 2022, the day of inauguration, until to date, which is April the 3rd of 2024. And the invoices would only identify the subject matter, not the details. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Do you have any discussion on that, Councillor Facio?
Just for a point of clarity, Mayor Wood,
Yes.
how does, isn't there some, oh, what's the word I'm trying to find? Legal ramifications here that you can't divulge certain parts of of that budget?
The budget itself, people don't want to just see the numbers. It would just show $20,000 was spent on our union negotiations. It does not, it would have to be redacted by the corporate officer for whatever is not
Yeah, I'm not,
be released.
not against it. I'm just wondering whether there's areas of there that we're not allowed to divulge to the public. That's all I'm
That-
asking.
I would think that would be up to the corporate officer to make that decision if it identifies certain parts.
Okay.
But I think it's important for the people to see because we do spend a fair chunk of money on, and we did spend a fair chunk of money on that. So people need to see what it was spent for, not an employee's name, not a title. It would just be employment matters. But again, the question comes up over and over, and I think that it's something that's important for the public to see. Any further discussion on that? So I can't remember exactly what my motion. Can we read it back, please? To the corporate officer.
That council release all the legal invoices from November 1st, 2022 until April 3rd, 2024, only identifying the subject matter.
With the dollar values, obviously, yes. Ready to call the question? All in favor? Yeah, that was moved and seconded, was it not? Yes, it was. Yes, yes. Yeah, it was moved and seconded. So I call the question. Was all in favor? Opposed? Nobody's opposed. That one passes unanimously. I don't think there was any other business from the financial side. Nope, seeing none, then next order of business, please.
The next order of business is moving on to new business.
So that's Advisory Planning Commission from Councillor Allen. Did you want to read that, Councillor, or I can just read the,
Certainly. This is the Advisory Planning Commission. My recommendation is that whereas the chair of the Advisory Planning Commission, Ken Gisborne, has tendered his resignation in December 2023, and whereas as per the Advisory Planning Commission bylaw number 1006, Council may appoint up to 6 members and the chair to the Advisory Planning Commission, and 4 members are required to achieve quorum. And whereas Chair Gisborne's resignation has reduced the total number of commissioner members to 4, therefore be it resolved that Council accept Chair Gisborne's resignation with regret and thank him for his years of service on the APC, and the staff be authorized to put out a call for volunteers to fill the 3 vacant positions on the APC. So moved.
moved by Councillor Allen. Do I have a seconder on that? Seconded by Councillor Vidal. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Oh, sorry. I call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody's opposed. Passes unanimously. Next item was from Councillor Facio. I'll let him read this one here. New business regarding accessibility free parking stalls. Councillor Facio.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Yeah, my motion is that the blocks, the 1, 2, 3, and 4, short-term parking be allowed for Harrison residents only who have a disability problems, and that would be a 2-hour accessible parking for them with no parking charges. And that the village to supply a decal at no charge, and only those with vehicle disability card hangers to apply. But both to be able for the bylaw officers to view on their dash. And that the disability signage to indicate Harrison residents only on the signage, and obviously can be year round. So they'll have now that we have a disability committee, it's important now. I've had a few calls, and I'm sure some of the others may have heard, that we have to make things a bit more accessible for folks. And this is one way of allowing those folks to people may say we're going to be losing paid parking, but we should be hopefully gaining back our 10 spots on west side of St. Alice pretty shortly, I hope. So that will make up for that. So, but I think this is important that the village folks who have problems with walking, or whatever the case may be, that they're able to go downtown, do some shopping, have a coffee, or go lunch with their friends or family. That's my motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Wood.
So just so I get it, so the motion is, I'm gonna see if I read it right, that one short-term, 2-hour accessible parking stalls with parking fees waived be added to each block for residents with disabilities. Is
Yes,
that correct? So that was moved by yourself, and do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Vidal. So discussion. Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Fassy, your mic is still on.
oh, sorry.
I see this as being a little bit of an administrative challenge. I don't know how many residents we have in the village who have the disability sticker. Do we have any idea? Is it 10, 20, 30? We don't know. We probably should know that so we know what we're dealing with. I see a problem with, it's okay to tell the bylaw officer not to put tickets on cars that have a particular decal issued by the village, but the parking company, which actually runs the pay parking system, is still free to issue tickets if they haven't got the right ticket or meter. We don't work on municipal parking tickets in the pay parking area. It's a company which has been given the right to run it as a private, semi-private parking lot and impose their penalties, and they're not under our control. It's not our bylaw officer in that area. It's the predatory parking companies, ticket writers. So I think that there's some value in this. I'm just not sure how well it's going to work, how many people we have, and how you register them at the village office. Everybody who has the blue pass has to qualify for that. And I suppose they'd have to come to the village, demonstrate their credentials, and provide their license number in order to get the decal. Is there a charge for this, or is this a freebie? No charge. Okay. All right, just so I know. All right, I'm prepared to consider this. Thank you.
Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I would just like to make a friendly amendment to Councillor Fascio's motion, and that given Councillor Allen's concerns, and some of them I share, I also have a concern that it could be fully able-bodied family members of mobility challenged residents that perhaps would abuse the privilege. Therefore, I'll make a friendly amendment that we pursue this as a one-year pilot project And at the end of our parking program, that we ask both our parking attendants and our staff to do a report on it and report back to council as to whether or not this should be a permanent program. Thank you.
Just before we look at the friendly amendment on this here, I'm going to strongly suggest here is that this be referred back to staff and for staff to come report back to council on this. There's too many other variables in all this. I also remember here just reading a few minutes ago on our budget sheets that, you know, the members of the public also want parking decals, and so it's not, you know, it's not a simple, I don't think that this is a simple motion, so I would actually put the amendment out that refer this back to staff.
Pardon me, Mayor, may I
Yes,
recommend that this gets, referred to the Accessibility Committee?
I didn't quite hear you.
May I recommend that this gets, referred to the Accessibility Committee to talk about, the impacts and or, you know, the pros and cons?
So the amendment, and again, is just to refer it to staff for the age, or for the what was the name of the committee again?
Yeah, the
Thank-
Accessibility Committee.
Thank you. Has that meeting, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt. So that's the, yeah, so we refer that back. So I'm going to, do I have a seconder for that? That was seconded by Councillor Facio. And we're going to call the question on that, and that's to refer it to the committee for discussion. Yes, ready to call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Passes unanimously. Just a question for Councillor Facio, because I know you're on that new committee. Has that started yet? Yeah.
Manager Community Services put out for more interest. So we could still have a meeting. We probably will do just to get the thing moving. But I'm leaving that to her discretion.
Just a little off subject here, but so in the in the meeting here, the recommendations from the Environmental Committee and the Age Friendly Committee was to direct staff to put a posting or advertisement out looking for those two groups for members. And I think we just had one here a few minutes ago for the Advisory Planning Commission. Should there not be one also for this? Does that require a resolution or motion from council?
I believe we had a previous resolution of council. We can just put a note, a new call.
So the call would be for all the committees.
Correct,
And
yeah.
I think there was one, too, for Communities in Bloom. Yes, we're good with that? Okay, good, thank you. So I think that there's a lot of people here with accessibility. I remember Councillor Hooper has been fighting for this for a lot of years, and it seems to go around in circles here. So I think pay parking is it's a hot topic, but I think that this is a good move here. Moving on then to the next item here, which is item C, which is new business from Councillor Allen. And I think I'll let him read this one here, road safety.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My resolution is quite clear. It's a result of a tragic accident at the bad corner at the Rock Bluff at the Marinas, in which a young man lost his life tragically and horribly. And my resolution is that whereas there's been another accident at the most dangerous bend in Rockwell Drive, and whereas this accident has tragically claimed a young life, and whereas the volume of recreational, residential, and heavy industrial traffic on Highway 9 has increased dramatically and continues to do so, and the blind corner around the Rock Bluff, located in the northeast corner of the village, is a well-known choke point with insufficient sight lines or space for all road users. And whereas the sign indicating entering Harrison Village has been erected well south of the actual village boundary. And whereas Highway 9 needs to be secured as the northern emergency evacuation route for the community, therefore be it resolved that the boundary sign be placed in its correct position. And council asks the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure to, one, immediately post warning signs and additional speed limit signs on the south approach to the corner of the bluffs. Two, remove the southern part of the rock bluff and straighten the road. And three, repair the lakeside erosion which threatens to collapse the road, and in doing so, create a decent lakeside shoulder of at least 3 meters in that vicinity. So moved, Councillor Allen.
Thank you. So that's moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Vidal. Discussion? Yes, Councillor Passio.
Yeah, I think, no disagreement with there. It's terrible when many folks have lost their lives, especially young ones, on that road, but unfortunately, it's been due to speed. And speed has always been, it's a 40-kilometer zone. I don't know if everybody knows that. But yes, exercising, I used to drive one of the larger vehicles on that road for many years, 72 children. And it is a speed, and you have to be very careful. But it's just the driver responsibility. That's what it boils down to on Rockwell Drive. It was really built as a logging road. Should never be a road for regular cars and that, but logging trucks, I don't think should even be coming down there. But that's the, and they had been reported over the years in regarding their speed. When we had problems with our buses going out around this particular buff that Councillor Allen is making reference to, but and I agree with this, but it's signage and the speeding #1 priority, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Are we ready? Oh, Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood, through you to Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, I just want to thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I certainly have also experienced, if I'm taking family up to Greenpoint for the day for a picnic, and coming back along Highway 9 at times is a nightmare. And also combined with vehicles that park on the west side of Highway 9 for access to Rendell Beach. So thank you for bringing it forward, and I will support the resolution.
Any further discussion? Just ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is questions from the public.
Do we have any questions for in Zoom? Start with Zoom.
Anybody on Zoom, if you have a question, just raise your hand. Looks like there are no questions, Your Worship.
Thank you. Is there any members of the public? No, seeing none, I call for adjournment. Moved by Councillor Passio, seconded by Councillor Allen. Call the question. All in favor? Passes unanimously. We adjourn. Thank you, everybody. And I apologize to the people that didn't make it here.